Possessing his beloved wife. Chapter 1. Boss, darling. My dearest boss Ren, where are you hiding? Oh Chongyuan didn't care one bit about his golden, bachelor aristocrat image as he strode in, shouting loudly, his arms full of promotional materials. Your adorable childhood friend and brother has graced you with his presence. Hurry up and come out to welcome. He lifted his large foot and kicked the slightly ajar door. With a deafening bang, the CEO's thick office door swung wide open. Ouch! Seeing the overly wide, startled eyes inside, he knew he had just interrupted a cabinet meeting and dug his own grave. Even though he held a proverbial get-out-of-jail-free card, still, dearest boss Ren. The Lei Phone Group CEO's eyes were heavy with stormy clouds, his black pupils shooting electric sparks as he stared, causing Oh Chongyuan to break out in a cold sweat. He could only stand awkwardly at the door, forcing a smile. My bad. I accidentally interrupted your meeting. Damn it, you'd better have something important to say. Otherwise, Ren Xiaohui smiled chillingly, after casting a loaded glance towards Oh Chongyuan, who had just stylishly kicked open the large door. Ugh! Oh Chongyuan sucked in a cold breath, instinctively retreating a step. He instantly became a panicked clown, his mouth chattering non-stop. Don't get excited, boss, everything in due time. He raised the stack of documents high. This humble one is here today by command to proclaim the Empress Dowager's decree. I certainly didn't intend to disturb anyone, sir. Oh Chongyuan's comical demeanor made the attending assistants burst into suppressed laughter. Ren Xiaohui gave a cold snort, his expression softening considerably. His resolute jaw gave a slight upward tilt, and the assistants immediately stood up, swiftly exiting the CEO's office. Oh Chongyuan breathed a sigh of relief. The danger had passed. The acting cell in his body, like an unkillable cockroach, began to happily stir again. The decree is hereby proclaimed. He lowered his stance into a posture, then dramatically cleared his throat twice. He raised the stack of documents to his forehead and solemnly, officially declared, by the grace of heaven, an imperial edict from the Empress Dowager states. Ren Xiaohui gave him a chilling side-eye, slowly rising to his feet. His hand unexpectedly shot out, and a sharp yelp suddenly rang out. Ouch! Dropping the stack of documents from his forehead onto the desk as if they were a hot potato, Oh Chongyuan clutched his head and scurried to the wall, whimpering. Boss Ren, I'm your adorable childhood friend. How could you be so cruel to me? Striking me without warning, without even a word of welcome. Welcome your head. Ren Xiaohui retracted his hand, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Still want to play games? Good. This master has been swamped with work lately and is severely lacking in exercise. You, Ren Xiaohui glanced at his scrawny frame, you're the perfect size for a human punching bag. Boss. Oh Chongyuan paled at the words. Your Majesty, spare my life. This humble one knows his sins. It's a great virtue to correct one's mistakes. Your generosity, please, forgive me this once. Woe is me. He must have forgotten to check his lucky calendar before leaving the house today, which is why everything was going sideways. His little bout of dramatic flair had earned him a massive lump on the head. Ren Xiaohui scoffed, casually flipping through the documents. Inside was a studio portrait of a beautiful girl, beneath which was a dense, detailed profile of her family background. What is this? His handsome face darkened slightly, and he stared at Oh Chongyuan with evident displeasure. A matchmaking edict, can't you tell? Oh Chongyuan looked innocent. Don't underestimate this folder. The beautiful ladies inside have all been meticulously selected, they're all famous gentlewomen. The Empress Dowager issued the decree this morning, requesting that you pay close attention, carefully review them once, and then list the ones who catch your eye for the selection round. Her elderly self will then arrange the date for the two of you to meet and have a meal. Ren Xiaohui raised an eyebrow, a blind date? Oh Chongyuan nodded, speaking eloquently and non-stop. Boss, I know you aren't planning on getting married yet. But you're almost 30. You've enjoyed your freedom for the first 30 years of your life, Now, is it really too much to ask you to marry a wife to warm the bed and conveniently pop out 2 little heirs for the family lineage? The Empress Dowager is very determined this time. She summoned this humble one early this morning and delivered a severe lecture. Although I tried my best to run interference for you, the Empress Dowager is clearly unyielding. Moreover, she's issued an ultimatum: if you don't find a lovely bride for yourself, she will personally send someone to the Zhao family to propose to Zhao Liling. Boss. Suddenly seeing Ren Xiaohuai's action, he instantly jumped up as if struck by lightning. Hold your hand. No matter how quickly he reacted, Ren Xiaohuai had already, cleanly and effortlessly, tossed the entire stack of documents into the trash can. It's over, it's all over. Chongyuan, beyond help, could only stretch out his legs and cry out, pacing around the bin, I'm telling you, Boss Ren, you're too kind, damn it. What am I supposed to tell the Empress Dowager now? Do you really want to marry that cunning, capricious woman? Zhao Liling was a famous capricious woman in the social circles. The moment she fell in love at first sight with Ren Xiaohuai at a banquet, she launched a relentless, fiery pursuit. It was only a pity that her actions further proved that the famous saying, it's easier for a woman to pursue a man than vice versa, did not apply to Ren Xiaohuai. Humph. Ren Xiaohuai glared at him dismissively. Although Zhao Liling failed to win over Ren Xiaohuai, she smartly took a detour, focusing her attack on his mother. However, if Ren Xiaohuai was a filial son, his mother was absolutely a filial son, devoted to her son. Since her husband's death, her son had become her sole focus, following the traditional cycle of marry, follow the husband, husband dies, follow the son. Therefore, today's threats were mostly empty words. Ren Xiaohuai was not at all worried that his mother would actually go to the Zhao family to propose on his behalf. Then why did you? Ren Xiaohuai jutted his chin toward the trash can. Have we not already met every one of those gentlewomen in various social settings? If I wanted to, I would have married long ago. Why wait until now? The position of Mrs. Ren remained vacant until now, not only because he was too busy with his work, but also because when he met standard-setting women, although they were all excellent in appearance and character, not a single one could capture his attention, let alone make him consider marriage. But. No buts. Ren Xiaohuai waved his hand, cutting off the endless, rehearsed sales pitch Chongyuan had prepared. Relax. I don't deny that I love my work more than I'm interested in women. But I know very well that I am the sole heir of the Ren family, and I have the duty to carry on the family line. So, I will definitely get married. That's good then, but the crucial point was, when? He didn't want to be summoned by the Empress Dowager constantly. Of course. Ren Xiaohuai knew Chongyuan's predicament and, with a mischievous grin, deliberately teased him. Not now. Leave this minor matter aside for the moment. I'll make time to resolve it after I return from Japan. The important thing now is that the company will be in your hands after I fly out tomorrow. Underscore 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 underscore. Japan. Secretary Chuanshan. Hello, Deputy Supervisor Ito. The CEO's private secretary, Chuanshan, stood up the moment she saw someone approach. The red light on the desk phone suddenly lit up, and an authoritative voice came through. Chuanshan, bring in 3 cups of tea. Yes, sir. The red light went out. The newcomer asked, is the CEO meeting with a guest in the office? Yes, sir. Besides Mr. Ito Long, there's also a guest from Taiwan, Mr. Ren Xiaohuai, the CEO of the Lei Phone Group. May I ask if the deputy supervisor has anything pressing? No, nothing at all. You just bring in the tea. Ito Mashiko waved her hand. The CEO of the Lei Phone Group in Taiwan? She quickly searched her memory. Ren Xiaohuai, 30 years old, holds a master's degree in computer science from the US. At 25, after inheriting the Lay phone group, he launched a series of decisive reforms. With his keen foresight and swift action, he integrated the Lay phone group into the global market in less than 5 years, turning it into a famous multinational conglomerate. Even during the economic downturn, the Lay phone group maintained steady growth and had a remarkably optimistic outlook for the future. However, though Ren Xiaohui was the efficient CEO of a prestigious group, he rarely appeared in public, so not many people knew his appearance. "Let me do it." Ito Mashiko called the secretary back, casually taking the tea tray from her. "I happen to have something to report to the CEO. You go back to your work." She was very fond of capable men, and Ren Xiaohui was clearly the best among them. A man this extraordinary was worth meeting even just once. Ito Mashiko adjusted her look. The outfit she wore was the most popular style from Paris this year, tidy yet elegant. The perfectly tailored suit made her hot figure even more flawless. Lifting her hand, she gave a quiet double knock on the thick door. Ito Mashiko pushed the door open, basking in the secretary's affection and admiring gaze. Ito Wen, the CEO of the main group, had just finished his report and was now leisurely settled on the sofa, slowly sipping the tea he had picked up. Watching Ito Long and Ren Xiaohui in their heated discussion, his expression was a little startled. The scene before him was so familiar, as if time had returned to his student days. Back then, he and Ren Lei Tong, a student from Taiwan, were constantly competing in class. Whenever they disagreed, they would fall into a fierce debate, arguing until they were speechless. However, this very disharmony helped the two become the best of friends. Time had flown by so quickly. In the blink of an eye, over 30 years had passed, and his old friend had passed away from illness 5 years ago. His previously cold, serious face softened significantly as he recalled the memories. His profound eyes closely observed Ren Xiaohui, who bore a strong resemblance to his friend. With such a talented heir, his old friend in heaven must be very proud. Moreover, in the global economic recession of the last few years, Ren Xiaohui had led the Lay phone group to flourish with absolute tenacity and resolve. Based on the data in his hand and his accumulated decades of judgment experience, Ito Wen was confident that the future of the Lay phone group was definitely something to look forward to. A gentle knock sounded on the door. Ito Wen heard the sound and turned his head. "Mashiko?" He remembered she had asked for leave to visit relatives in Canada. "You're back so quickly. Is your mother's illness resolved?" "Thank you for your concern, uncle. My mother is much better," she replied respectfully. Ito Wen nodded upon hearing this. He turned his head and said with a smile to the two men who were still arguing, "You've been discussing for so long, you must both be tired. How about a cup of tea and a short break? Then you can continue." After a moment of heated debate, Ito Long paused and said, "Huh. It's been a long time since I left school that I've had such a passionate discussion. Ren Xiaohui, you truly are a formidable opponent. Now, Mr. Long, don't be so modest." Their eyes met. Both men laughed heartily at the same time and happily settled back onto the ox leather sofas. Ito Mashiko came in carrying the steaming cups of tea, the aroma diffusing everywhere. Her shrewd eyes swept over Ren Xiaohui's bright face, stopping instantly, unable to look away. "Xiaohui, this is my eldest niece. She is currently the deputy supervisor of the company's finance department. Mashiko, Xiaohui is the CEO of the Lay phone group," Ito Wen introduced them simply. "I've long heard that the CEO of the Lay phone group is a mysterious figure. I never expected him to be such a handsome and talented young man." "Hello, CEO Ren, I'm Ito Mashiko." "I wouldn't dare say that. You praise me too highly," Ren Xiaohui said with a polite smile. "A lady like Miss Mashiko, both beautiful and young, yet already a deputy supervisor in the finance department, one could truly say you have both talent and beauty." Ito Mashiko's beautiful eyes immediately shone with delight upon hearing this. She instantly smiled, revealing charming dimples. Her clear eyes emitted an endless, subtle affection, continuously casting glances towards Ren Xiaohui. As for him, he either didn't see them or simply didn't care. After nodding and accepting the hot tea, his attention immediately returned to the document in his hand. Ito Mashiko felt as if she had been dealt a heavy blow. Disappointed, she could only reluctantly retreat. But the entire interaction did not escape Ito Wen's keen eyes. He paused, and a stream of thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. Although the Lei Phone Group and the Ito Financial Group have been cooperating for a long time, in the business world, profit comes first. And his friend has been gone for many years. Ito Wen didn't even ponder for 5 seconds before reaching a calculation. Xiao Huai, I recall you're not married yet. Do you have someone special? Ito Wen probed. The Lei Phone Group has developed very well under your leadership these past years. Your father, with his spirit in heaven, must definitely be happy to have such an outstanding son. But you're not getting any younger, so you should settle the major issue of marriage. Your uncle here is always waiting to drink your wedding wine. I'm afraid I'll have to keep you waiting a while longer, Uncle Ito. My focus is currently on my career, and I haven't thought about marriage yet. Ren Xiaohuai's sharp eyebrows slightly arched. He secretly thought this uncle was being a little too concerned. To shift the target, he decided to pull someone else down with him, displaying a little comradeship in shared hardship. I also remember that Brother Long seems to be a footloose and fancy-free bachelor as well. Sure enough. Upon hearing this, Ito Wen's expression immediately sank, his gaze of dissatisfaction shooting directly at his son, who feared marriage like the plague. Speaking of him, he makes me angry. All I ask is for him to take a young lady out for dinner, and he acts as if I'm forcing him to climb a mountain of knives or plunge into a sea of fire. Ito Long glared fiercely at his childhood friend for his lack of conscience. Ren Xiaohuai merely shrugged, showing no trace of embarrassment, and generously accepted his friend's concerned gaze. Rome wasn't built in a day. His son's disobedience wasn't new. Changing his perspective couldn't be done immediately. The most important thing now was, Xiaohuai, the last time your family vacationed in Japan was when you were just a few years old, wasn't it? I remember you didn't even reach my chest back then. You and Long were like untamed horses, running around and shouting all day. Once, you even jumped into the pond to compete in catching fish, killing quite a few of my favorite koi carp. Now that I see you again, that stubborn little boy has become a brilliantly handsome, dignified man. The corner of his serious, cool mouth curved into a warm smile at the memory. Ito Wen's sudden rush of emotion also made Ren Xiaohuai recall his childhood memories of vacationing in Japan with his parents. Ah, that was 10, 15 years ago. I still remember your house had a large, indescribably beautiful flower garden. That summer break, Brother Long and I often played truant and hid there, playing hide-and-seek with our tutor. Ren Xiaohuai said with a smile, one that held a touch of distant nostalgia. Whenever we returned home, the tutor would tell my father, who said we were stubborn because we had too much energy. He punished us by making us work in the garden instead of the gardener. Seeing this, Ito Wen seized the opportunity and asked him to stay at his home. Ren Xiaohuai agreed without much thought. Receiving the expected answer, Ito Wen nodded with satisfaction. Xiaohuai, I'm preparing a welcome party for you tonight, also at my house. Why don't you move in tonight? It'll save you the trouble of commuting. That's fine, Uncle. I apologize for intruding for the next few days. He had no objection. We are family, it's no intrusion at all, Ito Wen laughed heartily. A welcome party? In his opinion, its real name should be a blind date party. Ito Long looked with great sympathy at his father's prey. Poor Ren Xiaohuai had no idea he was about to fall into a spider's den. Given Ito Long's famous astuteness, even if he wasn't a worm in his father's stomach, just one look in his eyes was enough to guess at least 70 to 80% of his calculations. If Ren Xiaohuai and his precious darling stood side by side, they would definitely be a dazzlingly brilliant couple. Ito Long unconsciously fondled the naturally painted ceramic teacup in his hand, his dark eyes circling to assess the prey his father was drooling over. Even looking at him with the critical eye of a gay man, Ren Xiaohuai was still excellent, enough to be rated far higher than his peers. No wonder his father was drooling and plotting something. But a husband who was too outstanding would have too many external temptations, which would absolutely be his wife's nightmare. To date, Ren Xiaohui hadn't had a single scandal, which was proof that his self-control wasn't bad. However, from what he knew, Ren Xiaohui was fundamentally a workaholic. He worked overtime every day, which is why he didn't have time to bother with the great affair of marriage. This type of workaholic man usually had only one purpose for marrying a wife: to carry on the family line. Thinking this, Ito Long immediately gave up on his idea. His darling was divinely pure and beautiful. She deserved a husband who was genuinely tender and loved her deeply. Phew, Ito Long silently breathed a sigh of relief. You and I was still in France. His father surely wouldn't involve his daughter, who was all the way in distant France, in this scheme. Ito Mashiko quietly left the office and immediately turned around, leaning her back against the door. Her meticulously applied makeup couldn't hide the flush of excitement that covered her face. Her heart pounded chaotically, and her breathing was rapid. It was him. He was the man she had been searching for all this time. Just Ren Xiaohui's handsome features and his proud, masculine presence, complete with the imposing air of a leader, were enough to leave her stunned for a long time. Not to mention that the Lei Feng Group was one of the top 3 conglomerates in Asia. If she could marry Ren Xiaohui, it would be the most perfect punctuation mark for her career and the greatest happiness of her life. The Ito family was one of the oldest families in Japan. From a young age, the women in the family had to undergo strict training in etiquette. When the time came, they would marry according to arrangement, without even the right to choose their partner. However, there were exceptions, albeit very few. Ito Mashiko was proud to have proven with her strength that she could step outside those arranged marriages, thus becoming one of the rare few. Since childhood, Ito Mashiko had wanted to be a strong woman. She hated pampered girls who only knew how to look at flowers and drink tea, complaining without being sick. After graduating from university, she obtained her senior accountant certification and successfully entered the company to develop her career. At just 28, she became the powerful deputy supervisor of the finance department, becoming an idol, an object of admiration, and a goal for all the women in the company to strive for. But behind that proud exterior, only Ito Mashiko herself was aware that she was actually a hollow shell. Her current position was already a bit beyond her capacity. She knew she had hit her limit. In Japan, a common reason for women to quit their jobs is marriage. Looking carefully, at her age, temporarily leaving her post due to marriage was the most suitable way out. Reflecting on it, the men of comparable family background were either divorced, playboys, or infertile, preventing her from finding a suitable marriage partner. Her resignation had thus been continuously postponed. But now, she finally wouldn't have to. Deputy Supervisor Ito. Ito Mashiko was startled, recovering her senses to see Secretary Chuanshan's face magnified right in front of her. Frightened, she said irritably, "What is it? Are you all right? Is your heart not feeling well? Your face looks pale. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm perfectly fine." Black-mouthed crow. Ito Mashiko rolled her eyes at her and then quickly walked away. Secretary Chuanshan was unfairly glared at. She had seen Ito Mashiko clutching her chest, breathing rapidly, her back against the door, and her face an unnatural pink. She had only approached to check on her. Was that wrong? Chapter 2. Ito Fujin, Mrs. Ito, drawing upon over 10 years of continuous practice, had meticulously gone through the complicated tea ceremony rituals. She gazed with satisfaction at the fresh, green tea leaves in the cup, then with the elegant grace of a well-bred young lady, she passed the tea bowl to her precious daughter. Ito Uni offered a serene smile and received the bowl with the exact same elegant gesture, but in the next second, she drained it in one gulp. Ito Fujin froze, mouth agape, speechless for a long time. "Uni, this is not," she said, a little helplessly. "Tea is not meant to be drunk like that." "Oh, come on, tea is for quenching thirst. How you drink it doesn't make a difference." Ito Uni happily sighed out loud, setting the cup down casually. Her beautiful, slender legs, which had been in the traditional kneeling posture, fidgeted before she finally stretched them out, rubbing and massaging them to restore blood flow. Ah, so comfortable. She felt that the biggest reason Japanese women commonly had radish legs, chubby calves, was from too much kneeling. Ito Fujin felt a massive headache coming on, seeing her daughter's seemingly generous, unrestrained manner that was, in reality, utterly lacking in proper etiquette. Although her daughter had always been free-spirited and hated being constrained or forced. "Uni, if you keep being like this, how will you ever get married?" "I won't be able to get married?" Ito Uni laughed, treating her mother's words as a silly joke. However, Ito Fujin's worried expression certainly didn't look like she was joking, nor did the middle-aged housekeeper, Maiko, who had been serving by their side from the start. Seeing the mistress's beautiful face, untouched by the years, look so troubled, it was part of a close housekeeper's duty to help relieve her worries. Maiko, though not particularly quick-witted, did her best to reassure her. "Madam, please don't worry. Miss Uni is the legitimate, direct descendant of the Ito family. Her looks are so beautiful and endearing, as long as she calls out, who knows how many noble young gentlemen will compete for her hand. Even if the miss has some minor flaws, it won't be so bad that she can't get married. Little Mai, you know as well as I do that the tea ceremony, flower arrangement, these are fundamental accomplishments for a cultured lady from a prestigious family. They are a constant symbol of one's status, yet Uni hasn't learned any of them. If she stays like this, no matter what kind of family she marries into later, she'll be subjected to criticism from her in-laws." How can you tell me not to worry?" "Yes, madam is right." Maiko nodded earnestly, but halfway through, she caught a glimpse of the mistress's wide-eyed glare. She quickly stiffened her nodding neck and spoke quickly, "Madam, you worry too much. Have you forgotten about the eldest young master? He is the future head of the Ito family, and he loves the miss the most. With him around, the miss will absolutely not suffer any hardship." Although Ito-wen had quite a few illegitimate children, they were all cared for by their own mothers. Only Ito Long, whose mother died in childbirth, was taken in and raised by Ito Fujin. Therefore, Ito Long was practically her own son. Many years later, when Ito Fujin's health declined after giving birth, Ito Uni was practically raised by her older brother. Ito Fujin thought about it and found it very reasonable, which finally eased her mind slightly. "Mom, Maiko." Being discussed as if she was a leftover no one wanted, her small face flushed with indignation, and she snapped, "What are you two doing? When did I ever say I wanted to get married?" The mistress and servant exchanged glances, and with an unspoken agreement, they stood up and moved away, leaving the tea room for the veranda under the crepe myrtle arbor. They leisurely brewed a pot of Western jasmine tea. Maiko even instructed someone to bring a few small snacks for them to enjoy with the tea. "I mean it," Ito Uni grumbled, following closely behind them. She immediately sat opposite her mother and loudly asked, "What's so interesting about getting married?" "Interesting?" Ito Fujin felt another headache coming on. When a girl grows up, she naturally has to marry. Even if you don't want to, your father will choose a prestigious family and marry you off anyway. "No way," Ito Uni said angrily, "I'm telling you now. If father dares to decide my marriage without my consent, he can go get married himself." Born into the Ito family, with its countless rules, where everyone had little say, if it weren't for Ito Long's tireless protection, a disobedient girl like her would have long been tormented to death. Once she was married into a so-called prestigious family with a mountain of rules, even Ito Long, despite his best intentions, wouldn't be able to do anything. Wouldn't she be crying her eyes out then? She couldn't help but shiver. Even if it's just a mock marriage, I'd rather find an ordinary family without too many rules. I absolutely won't marry into an aristocratic family. Otherwise, wouldn't she be asking for trouble? A mock marriage? She wouldn't even consider it. Ito Fujin naturally knew her daughter's worries. However, in a family like theirs, a daughter's marriage was decided by her parents based on business tactics and interests, not by whether she wanted it or not. Your father won't agree. Worry and sorrow were clearly etched on Ito Fujin's face. She fully understood that her stubborn husband was unlikely to sympathize with their daughter, and her daughter, once she was set on something, wouldn't be easily persuaded. Should the two of them truly clash? Ito Fujin trembled all over, unable to imagine the terrifying scenario. Yuni was the treasure God had blessed her with, the only solace in her marriage, which had been full of compromises for the sake of the bigger picture for almost 30 years. This daughter was completely different from her own weak, meek self. Yuni had been smart and lively since childhood and possessed a strong personality. Since she became aware of things, she had been courageous in expressing her opinions and even dared to say no to her strict father. Every time the father and daughter clashed like that, it made her, the mother, so terrified that her limbs felt weak and her whole body trembled. Yet, Yuni remained as before, afraid of neither heaven nor earth. Such a personality was not allowed in the Ito family. It was for this very reason that when Ito Long wanted to take the then 12-year-old Yuni abroad to study, she could only let go with tearful reluctance, no matter how much she missed her. She was the one who had to marry. She didn't care if he agreed or not. Ito Yuni gave a light, dismissive snort. However, her mother, a woman who readily defended tradition, would certainly not agree with her, so she wouldn't be foolish enough to bring it up and get scolded. Ito Yuni used her small hand to hold the steaming Celadon jade teacup. She inhaled the rich rose fragrance deeply, then gently took a sip of the pale red tea. Wow, this rose tea is delicious. What brand is this? I've never tasted it before. Does the miss truly find it delicious? Ito Yuni nodded assertively, making Maiko instantly grin as if she had won the lottery. Her son, who was obsessed with flowers, had started researching and producing various types of tea after graduating from the horticulture department, with financial and technical support from Ito Long. The rose tea on the table was one of his achievements. Currently, the factory had entered the production phase, and rumor had it that supply couldn't keep up with demand. To be able to develop a tea that is perfect in color, aroma, and taste, so pure and so delicious, Yongchi-kun is truly capable. Ito Fujin praised. Oh no, madam, it's all thanks to young Master Long's good fortune, Maiko said with narrowed eyes, though she was even more grateful that young Master Long had the discerning eye to discover talent. If it weren't for the young master, Yongchi-kun couldn't have achieved what he has today. Even if he loved growing flowers and plants, he would only be a gardener for life, just like his father. Maiko. Ito Yuni took a sip of the warm tea, swallowed it slowly, and then spoke. My brother is a very shrewd businessman, he only invests in what is profitable. If Yongchi-kun wasn't capable, he wouldn't bother with him. So, don't be modest. Instead, you should be proud and say loudly, yes, my son Yongchi-kun is truly excellent. That's right, little Mai. Ito Fujin smiled gently. Yongchi-kun is said to be very filial since he was young. Now that he's so successful, you and your husband can enjoy a comfortable life in the future. Haha. Maiko smiled wholeheartedly, though she knew there was a give and take. To be honest, Yongchi-kun is still no match for the Mississippi. I heard the young master say that the Miss is the emerging talent in the Parisian fashion design world. Many magazines are competing to interview her. The money the Miss makes in 1 year, just by casually designing a few children's outfits, is probably more than what others earn in a lifetime. Ito Yuni's face suddenly darkened. Casually designing a few children's outfits? Forget it, Maiko wasn't in the industry. She just needed to understand that Maiko was praising her, there was no need to argue. Underscore 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 underscore. In the early morning, the clear chirping of autumn birds rang out, and Ren Xiaohui couldn't fall back asleep after waking up. Hesitating for less than a second, he got out of bed and changed into comfortable loungewear. He slid the paper door fully open, and the cool, sweet air immediately rushed in. Taking a deep breath, he felt completely refreshed, both physically and mentally. His sleepiness vanished entirely. Ren Xiaohui began to stroll leisurely through the elegantly tranquil Japanese-style garden. The faint sunlight was obscured by the thick morning mist, making the beautiful garden seem like a remote, immortal realm. He breathed out, scattering the mist before his eyes. Recalling the colorful welcoming party last night, Ren Xiaohui finally realized that reminiscing about childhood was just an excuse. Uncle Ito's fervent desire for him to stay at the Ito family residence was explicitly aimed at creating an opportunity and hoping he would interact more with the Ito family's young ladies and subsequently develop feelings. Yet, up until now, after meeting the Ito family's daughters, each one was a well-mannered gentlewoman, with a delicate, soft, and lovely temperament. They were no different from the other well-bred young ladies he had encountered. Still, not a single one could spark in him the desire to marry. Although Uncle Ito genuinely sought profit, it seemed he was going to be disappointed. The Lei phone group was developing very well under his control and didn't need to rely on marriage to expand its business. Therefore, unless a girl could genuinely catch his eye, he politely declined everyone, whether they were extremely proud, capricious and spoiled, or overly pampered and weak-willed. Ren Xiaohui slowly wandered through the garden. His mood, buoyed by the fresh, elegant scenery, brightened, and his steps grew lighter. Unknowingly, he stepped into a greenhouse filled with rare and exotic flowers. His gaze unintentionally swept across a brilliant, ethereal figure, and a difficult-to-read flash crossed his profound black eyes. He saw her nose, carved like jade, deeply inhaling the sweet scent of the morning air. Her clear, delicate eyes slowly closed. She looked utterly entranced by the intoxicating fragrance of the flowers, innocently forgetting everything else in the world. The beautiful sunbeams streaming through the glass roof bathed her in a warm glow. Standing amidst a garden of vibrant, captivating flowers, she wore a long, snow-white nightgown, looking like a flawless, pure, sanctified statue of a crystal angel. Ren Xiaohui's eyes blurred, and for some reason, he saw a pair of soft, white wings growing from her back, gently flapping. Her skirt billowed, as if she were about to drift away with the wind. No, she can't fly away. His chest intensely lurched. Ren Xiaohui moved quickly forward in a daze, his hands grabbing and forcefully pulling the small of her back. Ouch! She bumped into a warm wall of muscle, leaving her dizzy, with stars swirling in her vision. He supported her soft waist with one hand and roughly grasped her delicate chin with the other. Angel! Staring intensely at the small, jade-like face before him, this was the only thought in Ren Xiaohui's head. When she opened those pure, clear eyes only an angel should possess, his mind instantly went blank. Who? Struggling to clear the stars from her eyes, she was furious and wanted to settle the score. Unexpectedly, the moment she opened her mouth, her soft, pink lips were swallowed whole. Ito Yuni stared blankly at the magnified handsome face before her, her mind empty. He was wildly and greedily devouring her, as if he had to swallow her in one gulp. Initially, he just wanted to verify her authenticity, but in an instant, the exquisite taste, the sweetness of her lips, stole his rationality. He instinctively deepened the kiss. His firm body rubbed and pressed against her soft, delicate one, wishing he could knead her into his own body, merging them into one. Pain. The burning pain on her petal-soft lips brought her back to reality. The realization of what was happening made her even more helpless. Her heart pounded heavily, a ringing in her ears muffled all sound, and her body burned feverishly, as if she were placed in a raging fire. She should struggle, she desperately wanted to struggle, but her whole body trembled, unable to muster any strength. She could only emit indistinct whimpers. He was like an overly starved beast, ignoring all her resistance, focused solely on devouring the delicacy before his eyes. It wasn't until the oxygen in his chest was completely depleted that he reluctantly released her sweet, small mouth. He took deep, gasping breaths, his profound, lust-filled eyes still unsatisfied as they intensely watched her flushed face. His two hands cupped her hot, small face. His long, slender thumb gently stroked her lips, which were red and swollen from his overzealous attention. Immediately, he decided, these soft lips were his alone to savor and must never be tainted by anyone else. This was the first time that Ren Xiaohui, a man who generally cared little for women, felt the urge for complete possession. You are too bold. Unbelievable. In romantic France, when men passionately courted her, they were always consciously aware of maintaining distance. She never expected that her first kiss would be so haphazardly stolen less than 2 days after returning home. She was shocked and outraged at the brazen debaucher who dared to commit such an outrage, but her overwhelming anger scattered her intended condemnation into fragments. Not only did it fail to convey any force, but it also did not deter him at all. Her delicate, trembling lips were like a siren, continuously inviting him. Looking at the cherry lips, swollen from being wantonly kissed, a surge of heat gathered in his lower abdomen. His profound eyes, burning with fire, became even more terrifying. He couldn't help but slowly lower his face. No, she cried out in alarm, but before she could fully evade him, her voice was stolen again. Her swollen cherry lips were once more consumed. The greenhouse fell silent again in the early morning. God! Ren Xiaohui trembled slightly as if a current had shot through him. Never had a woman been able to so quickly and easily ignite his carnal desire. Gradually, kissing alone wasn't enough. The electric current in his body continued to heat up, crying out for satisfaction. Every nerve, every cell, every part of his body tightened further. His hands began to wander restlessly, eagerly caressing her soft curves, slowly moving up towards her exposed bosom. Ito Yuni shivered. Her body temperature surged violently, and her head began to feel dizzy. She wanted to scream loudly, but her rosy, small mouth just opened and closed, only managing a seductive whimper. Weak and trembling, she leaned against his body. His 2 hands controlled her waist, and he easily lifted her high. His entire handsome face was buried in her soft chest. Suddenly, Ito Yuni let out a cry of fear, ah. A sharp current shot through the feminine depths of her being, making her instantly arch her body, almost losing control. He was unbelievably suckling and biting her hardening nipples right through her clothing, desperately drawing from her. The powerful desire made him feel that merely exploring through the fabric was not enough. One hand immediately pulled her long skirt high, revealing a pair of long, flawless, porcelain white legs. The light autumn breeze stirred, blowing through the wide-open door. The chill brushed against her warm body. Ito Yuni shuddered and instantly sobered up. Shameless! Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, her small hand, which was pressed against his strong chest, pushed hard. She broke free from his embrace, her small hands busy adjusting her disordered clothes. I don't even know you. How could you pervert, you lecherous brute? What should have been a resolute, justified protest, through her soft, weak voice, turned into the coquettish whine of a flirtatious woman, utterly devoid of threat. Due to the time difference, Ito Yuni had tossed and turned in bed 100 times without being able to sleep, so she decided to get up and walk around, hoping exercise would help her sleep better. Although she shouldn't have run outside in her nightgown, it was still very early. The sun had barely peeked out. Why had she run into a debaucher in the greenhouse? Do all debauchers also suffer from insomnia? Who are you? Ren Xiaohui quickly ruffled his messy black hair, his handsome face flushed crimson from the fire of lust. Heaven knows that at this very moment, he was in physical agony, only thinking of swallowing her whole. He had no inclination for small talk or greetings at all. However, it seemed a bit too much to directly devour someone without even asking who they were. That's a question I should be asking. You lecherous brute, where did you crawl out from? You don't know the first thing about etiquette. Name? Ren Xiaohui impatiently cut her off. The urgent need in his lower body couldn't be delayed any longer. No need for unnecessary talk. I want to know your name. You, staring at the brazen, unfamiliar man who had aggressively invaded her and yet showed no shame, still eyeing her with the predatory gaze of a hungry tiger, she felt embarrassed and angry, and mostly helpless. What should I do? How could someone like this exist? What are you so arrogant about? Look out. She widened her eyes, staring behind him, her face full of surprise. "What is it?" Ren Xiaohui instinctively turned around to look. Other than the empty flower garden, there was nothing surprising. Suddenly realizing something, he quickly turned his head back. The gentle breeze passed through the wide-open glass door, rustling the flower petals lightly. But the beautiful flower fairy was like a dream, melting into the air, vanishing without a trace. "Damn it! Underscore 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 underscore. Shameless! You lecherous brute, you deserve to die 1,000 times." Ito Yuni stood before the large mirror in the bathroom, staring at her swollen, bleeding lips in the glass, and couldn't help but curse out loud. It was a pity that she rarely had the opportunity to curse people, so her insults were limited to just a few phrases, and she couldn't think of anything new. She gently untied the butterfly knot on her shoulder. The white silk nightgown, with nothing left to hold it up, quickly slipped down her well-proportioned body, forming a circle around her feet. The large mirror, which occupied an entire wall, faithfully reflected her long, delicate curves, flawless and translucent as jade. But all her attention immediately focused on her flushed cheeks, her bright eyes, and her lips, swollen like a blooming rose petal. Her fingertip touched her swollen lips. The sharp pain that instantly flared up made her gasp, and the handsome, elegant face immediately flashed into her mind. Who was he? That man was truly too reckless, and she clearly didn't know him. Recalling his skillful, soul-stirring kissing technique and those reckless hands, her body inexplicably experienced a strange churning sensation, and her pretty face immediately darkened. Even though she shouldn't have worn a nightgown outside to tempt people, if even a complete stranger could make him lose control, he was either a perpetually lustful playboy or no good at all. Infuriating. Ito Yuni hated unfaithful playboys the most. She had vowed 800 years ago to keep a safe distance from them. Angrily kicking the nightgown that the lecher had touched, she wadded it into a ball and tossed it into the laundry basket. That wasn't enough. Thinking of his evil hands that had touched and groped her, she decided to scrub herself thoroughly from head to toe, so he wouldn't infect her with any diseases or germs. After a long, meticulous bath, when she finally felt clean and refreshed, she was satisfied and put on a loose, baggy nightgown before stepping out. "Mom?" Stepping out of the bathroom, she unexpectedly saw her slender mother sitting forlornly on the bed, her face pale. Ito Yuni was startled. She knelt down in front of her mother, lifted her pale, jade-white hands, gently stroked her cheeks, and asked softly, "You're not well. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Is something important that you came to find me so early?" Ito Yuni's and Ito Fujin's appearances were almost identical. The only difference was that the constant wear of an unhappy marriage had made Ito Fujin look older than her actual age. In contrast, the young Ito Yuni had been carefully shielded and was blooming like a flower. Furthermore, her naturally optimistic, vibrant spirit made her look dazzling and radiantly beautiful at all times, so lovely that people dared not look for too long. "Mom." Ito Fujin gently stroked her daughter's long, black, smooth hair. A surge of emotion rose from the bottom of her heart. Her little Yuni has truly grown up. But when she thought of her husband's command, she couldn't help but hesitate. She knew her daughter wouldn't be happy to hear it. "Your father wants you to attend the party this weekend." Attend a party? Her father had never made such a request of her. Ito Yuni was surprised and couldn't help but feel curious. Ito Yuni had never been too obedient. Since she was 12, she had studied abroad with Ito Long. Over the years, Ito Wen had practically forgotten about this stubborn, rebellious daughter. Aside from the annual family gathering, the father and daughter rarely saw each other and had almost forgotten the other's existence. Why was he suddenly demanding she participate in a social event? Why? Does this party have a special meaning, or does father have some hidden agenda? Her eyes suddenly lit up. A blind date? The thought instantly darkened her face. The daughters of the Ito family were always arranged to meet potential partners, and then get engaged and married, starting from the age of 18. Very few could be like her, old at 24, yet still without a fiancé. She originally thought her father had given up on this daughter, but she never expected him to still be plotting. Yuni, Ito Fujin whispered, worried that her daughter was too clever. In a strictly patriarchal family like this, women needed to be gentle and obedient. A woman who was too smart and opinionated would only bring hardship upon herself. Unfortunately, Ito Yuni was completely unaware of her mother's worries. There are still many unmarried young ladies in the family. It won't matter if I'm not there. Besides, aren't Lena and Misato also without fiancés? Although they were the children of a concubine, they were still her half-sisters. If it's a blind date, tell them to go. Tell father not to drag me into this. I'm not interested in selling myself for the family's interests. They will be attending, too, Ito Fujin whispered. What? They are also going. Ito Yuni was very surprised. Does father want the three of us to line up like palace women for someone to choose? Who is the opposing party? The Ito family was an old and powerful noble family in Japan. Those who wanted to establish a relationship with them were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Usually, the so-called blind dates were essentially already decided beforehand. The purpose of such a meeting was simply to formally introduce the couple. Since when was there a custom of choosing from 3 or 4 options? Mom? I don't know. Ito Fujin instinctively flinched, even her voice trembling slightly. Your father didn't say. In reality, Ito-wan had simply called his wife to his study, commanded her to tell their daughter to prepare for the party, and then dismissed her. The meek Ito Fujin was always afraid of being flustered by the solemn, serious atmosphere of the study and only wanted to leave quickly. How could she dare to ask even half a question more? She only knew the party's purpose was a blind date because Maiko had overheard it. Mom, Ito Yuni gripped her mother's ice-cold hands in comfort, hesitating whether to refuse or not. She was only 24 and had a great future ahead of her. Where did she have the time for blind dates? She had even decided not to marry for the rest of her life. But when she saw her mother's pleading, fearful expression, she couldn't help but soften. Fine, I'll go. Ito Yuni secretly cursed her cunning father, who knew she couldn't stand to make her weak mother uncomfortable, so he deliberately had her deliver the news. Mom, was your marriage to father also arranged? Ito Yuni had long wanted to ask this question. Seeing her mother nod, she continued, but you are clearly so afraid of him. Why did you agree to marry him? Her mother looked worse than a mouse seeing a cat, because a mouse at least dared to run, but her mother just trembled and trembled. He's not gentle or caring, he's stubborn, and he has a flock of mistresses outside. Ito Yuni listed all her father's flaws. All things considered, she found her mother truly great to be able to endure such a husband for over 20 years. Mom. Your father really valued him. So that's how it is. Ito Yuni nodded. I knew it. She had known since childhood that so-called great people were all products of forced circumstances, and no one was ever willing. The question that had been bothering her weighed heavily on her heart, and she finally couldn't help but ask, Mom, have you ever thought about divorce? Divorce. Ito Fujin's eyes widened in horror, as if her daughter had sprouted a long horn on her head. She fearfully looked around until she was sure it was just the two of them. Only then did a little color return to her pale cheeks. Yuni, I am your father's wife. Once married into the Ito family, I am an Ito family member. Furthermore, the Ito family has never had a divorce case. Exceptions can be made. Yuni, Ito Fujin gently called out. All right. But tell me, Mom, do you deeply regret marrying father? Regret? The complex emotion quickly passed. Ito Fujin regained her composure, looking directly into her daughter's wide eyes, and smiled. If I hadn't married your father, how could I have had such a thoughtful, precious daughter? Having you, I feel that everything was worth it. I have nothing to regret. Would you like me to translate another chapter or perhaps search for information about Japanese etiquette, given the discussion about tea and customs? Possessing his beloved wife. Chapter 3. Under the perfect illumination of the crystal chandeliers, the already splendid and lavish party gained an extra layer of brilliant dynamism. Servers carried tray after tray of fine wine, weaving through the assembled guests to cater to their needs instantly. Although this small gathering was nominally a blind date party, it was not without the intention of showcasing the Ito family's power to Ren Xiaohui. That's why, even though the guest list tonight didn't number in the hundreds, everyone present was an important figure in Japan's political and business elite. Ito Long smiled at a few elderly political magnates who were waxing poetic, his gaze momentarily caught by the focus of everyone's attention and admiration. Ito Yuni, dressed in a floor-length silver-blue gown, stood serenely beneath the brilliant chandeliers. The skillfully tailored, soft silk kimono fabric elegantly showcased her delicate curves, making her look like a pure moon goddess. Even Ito Long, who was busy greeting guests, couldn't help but privately sigh, little Yuni has truly grown up. You little imp. Ouch. Startled by the sudden voice, Ito Yuni spun around. Long, she called out happily, hugging her brother's waist. You're so mean. I missed you so much, and you heartlessly try to scare me to death the minute you see me. You little mischief maker, when did you get back, and why didn't you tell me? He lightly smacked her but in mock reproach. Stop it. Ito Yuni snorted, crossing her arms over her chest, and playfully jutted her chin out. Her sulky pose was highly amusing. I got back last weekend. I was planning to surprise you, but I waited 4 or 5 days and still didn't see our young master Ito, who's supposedly ecstatic beyond words, return. Yuni pinched the knot of Ito Long's perfect tie, adopting the pose of a shrewish wife interrogating her husband. Spill it. Did you hide away in some courtesan's quarter these past few days, fooling around with some busty, slender-waisted beauty? Wrong. He unceremoniously tapped her head with his knuckles. This master has been working his fingers to the bone on our joint venture project lately, slaving away every day. I don't even get enough sleep. Where would I find the time to fool around with beauties? Oi, Ito Yuni rubbed her hit head, giving him a look of deep grievance. You rotten brother, why did you hit me so hard? That hurts. Who told you to falsely accuse me? Wouldn't he know how hard he hit her? But under her wronged gaze, he couldn't help but yield. His hand gently rubbed her head. Alright, rub it and the pain will go away. Honestly, with such a childish temper, when will you ever grow up? What are you saying, you wicked brother? Ito Yuni snapped. She hated being treated like a child. This miss is 24 years old. I grew up ages ago. Yes, Yuni has grown up. He fiddled with his sister's long hair, teasing, now that you're all grown up, you can pick a husband and prepare to get married. You, she growled a veiled threat. How despicable. Don't make a fuss. Tonight's main man, Ren Xiaohui, is a generational friend of our family. He's not even 30 yet and is already the CEO of the Lei Phone Group. Not only is he knowledgeable and wonderfully capable, but his handsome exterior rivals a sun god. Even through the eyes of a gay man, he is truly outstanding. If you miss out on him, I genuinely feel bad for you. Yuni, you're grown up now. Why don't you seize this opportunity and get married? Ito Long pretended to casually caress her beautiful, rosy face. You're too much. She stomped her foot angrily. Her clever eyes shifted, and a faint smile suddenly appeared on her exquisite face. Long, aren't you implying that at 32 this year, you're actually a bit old? Fine then, if my big brother is in need, your little sister, will take the trouble for once. I'll go tell the old man right now that his most precious son's heart is stirring, and he's decided to remain single for life. Having said that, she made as if to walk toward Ito Wen, who was chatting happily with his guests. Ito Long was Ito Wen's only son and the most outstanding heir of the Ito family. Since he came of age, even the occasional blind date had been enough to make him feel sick. Moreover, in recent years, merely hearing the words blind date was enough to make him turn pale. He'd instantly disappear. Tonight was an exception, as he wasn't the one caught in the trap. Don't. Good sister, I was wrong. Your brother apologizes to you. Ito Long's expression changed. His strong arm instantly reached out and wrapped around Ito Yuni's small waist. He immediately put on a flattering, smooth-talking face, like a treacherous official trying to appease his lord. Finally, he managed to coax her into a radiant smile, upon which she generously decided that a great woman doesn't quibble with a small man, and granted him a reprieve. Oh, you. Ito Long sighed softly, unable to resist pinching her nose. Still so mischievous at this age. I must hurry up and find someone to deal with you. Humph, you rotten brother never thinks of anything good. The handsome brother and beautiful sister were both extremely noticeable in the crowd, naturally attracting countless gazes. They were likely used to it, ignoring the admiring eyes of everyone else, leisurely sparring with words. Ito Long's sharp, eagle-like eyes scanned the greedy looks around them, then returned to Ito Yuni's exquisitely beautiful small face. His gaze softened considerably. Alas! Even if she could safely pass tonight, Yuni's free, single life wouldn't last much longer. After a moment of contemplation, Ito Long decided it was best to give his silly, reckless sister a warning. Yuni, since you dared to attend this party, you must be mentally prepared. The Lei Feng group and the Ito family have always had friendly relations. Moreover, their ties have become even closer recently due to a joint development project. The old man is constantly looking for ways to further solidify the relationship. So, you'd better make sure the guy finds you, little idiot, an eyesore. Otherwise, as soon as he nods, the old man won't say a word and will immediately package you up and parachute you into his arms. No negotiation is possible. While becoming in-laws with the Lei Feng group would greatly benefit the company's development, for him, Yuni's lifelong happiness was the most important thing. Ito Long spoke so seriously, yet Ito Yuni fundamentally dismissed his concerns. She shrugged, saying casually, "Relax, big brother. I have the gentle and soft my Shotzi and the dazzlingly beautiful Lena shielding me. What are you worried about? Besides, even if they both fail, there's still a whole crowd of our alluring female cousins." Ito Wen was clearly forcing Ren Xiaohuai's hand, surrounding him with the unmarried women of the family. One had to know that the Ito family men, backed by powerful wealth and authority, were all romantic philanderers. Was there any beauty in the world they hadn't brought into their bedrooms? After generations of intentionally changing the gene pool, the Ito family's biggest commodity now was handsome men and beautiful women. Therefore, in this 100-flower competition, Ito Yuni was not at all worried about becoming the female protagonist. With so many beauties here, your sister is truly safe. You don't need to waste your brain cells worrying. It wasn't that Ito Yuni lacked confidence, but compared to the voluptuous beauties around her, her tall, slender figure was like a young girl's, making it very difficult to attract attention. Hearing this, Ito Long's expression darkened. He didn't know what to say. To protect his beloved sister, Ito Long had built many defenses around Yuni since childhood. Anyone who dared harbor improper intentions towards his sister would receive severe, special treatment. Yongchi Kuan, Maiko's son, was secretly sent to distant Hokkaido to grow flowers just because he had a crush on her. And several of Yuni's male friends with romantic interest were forced by his sharp tongue to become benign big brothers. Furthermore, when he couldn't stop Yuni from interacting with the complicated outside world, he went to great lengths to find her a super nanny. Besides handling all her affairs, the most important task was to help ward off the butterflies and bees from all directions. He had painstakingly kept her garden empty, only for her to misunderstand that she lacked charm. Unbelievable. Good heavens. Now, he could only hope Ren Xiaohuai didn't take a liking to her, or there would be major trouble. Brother, are you making that weird face to amuse me? Haha, that's hilarious. Ito Long's sigh had turned into a strange look, which greatly pleased Ito Yuni. Ito-wan was truly worthy of being called a cunning fox. Although surrounded by a crowd, he could occasionally check on the developments around Ren Xiaohui. However, based on his observations, his eyebrows gradually furrowed in disappointment. Ren Xiaohui occasionally danced with a few young ladies, but the unchanging indifference in his eyes clearly showed his lack of interest. Alas! He had initially placed a little faith in the charm of the dazzling Lina and the gentle Maishatzi. Was he really going to be disappointed this time? Father. A perfect pair of golden boy and jade girl approached. When Ito-wan saw the daughter who had given him many headaches, he couldn't help but let out a cold snort. The brother and sister exchanged glances, simultaneously sending out a signal that the weather is bad, take care of yourself. So, it's young Master and Miss Ito. I hadn't seen my two honored guests for so long that this old man thought you were lost. I worried for quite a while, even considering whether to send someone to greet you. Now you finally show up. The atmosphere was dry, so they had to be cautious. Therefore, even though the siblings were internally wailing miserably, they could only obediently accept their father's storm of lightning bolts and thunder without daring to argue, lest a careless word escalate the catastrophic situation. Uncle Ito, Brother Ito. A gentle masculine voice sounded just in time, intercepting Ito-wan's impending downpour of displeasure. Perfect timing. The siblings secretly sighed in relief. But the moment the naturally low voice, carrying a hint of whine, pierced her ears, Ito-uni felt the exact opposite. She shivered, and the fine hairs on her back suddenly stood up. She quietly took a deep breath, trying to calm her rapidly beating heart. She allowed her brother to turn her around in curiosity. When her large, clear eyes met a pair of profound, sea-like black pupils, her face instantly turned pale. Xiaohui, are you having a good time? Ah, Uni, this handsome, heroic, shining young man is Ren Xiaohui, the one you've long heard about, and the main guest tonight. Xiaohui, this beautiful young lady is my precious little sister, Ito-uni. Little sister? A slight look of surprise appeared in the black eyes staring at her. Seeing Ito-uni's look of slight shock and horror, a wicked curve slowly lifted the corner of Ren Xiaohui's mouth. That's right. Ito Long pushed the unprepared Ito-uni forward. Don't let Uni's quiet, obedient appearance fool you. She's very mischievous and gives me headaches all the time. May I have the honor of inviting the beautiful Miss Ito to dance? Ren Xiaohui bowed gracefully, a gesture that was both romantic and elegant. Dance with him? She wished she could instantly burrow into the ground and disappear. But just as she was about to refuse, she saw her father's expression and instantly changed her mind. It would be my pleasure. Although she said so, her pair of large, clear eyes glared fiercely at the person who had pushed her into the tiger's den. Glaring at me? Ouch. I'm helping you escape a sea of misery. You really bite the hand that feeds you. Too busy signaling his grievances with his eyes to his sister, Ito Long completely forgot about his father's existence. Ito Long. Ito-wan was never one to easily forget things. Having finally caught his slippery son, he naturally wouldn't let go. What are you spacing out for? Get over there. Go chat with the young ladies for your father. Dance with them and see if you can seize the chance to bring home a wife. The handsome Ren Xiaohui lightly embraced the delicate, graceful Ito-uni, and they swiftly began to dance. Under the jade-like light of the crystal chandelier, the two elegantly showcased their dancing skills, like a beautiful, breathtaking tableau that left onlookers mesmerized. Why are you looking at me like that? Ren Xiaohui's deep black pupils were frightening. They seemed to suck the very soul out of a person, making her whole body's hair stand on end. Why did you run away last time? He recognized her immediately. She was the little fox from the greenhouse. Run away? What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. Ouch. He ruthlessly tightened the arm wrapped around her waist, nearly snapping her in half. It hurt so much she cried out. Can you please loosen up a bit? Don't hold me so tight. This is very unbecoming, and I can't dance properly. No way. I learned my lesson last time. I now know perfectly well that you are a cunning little fox. If I don't hold you tight, and you swiftly escape, I'll be the one left alone on the dance floor, and that would be the most unbecoming thing. What are you talking about? I don't understand any of it. She guiltily feigned ignorance. Her small hand on his shoulder struggled to push away. I think you're just trying to distract me, trying to take advantage of my inattention to eat my tofu. Not a chance. You don't understand? Ito Yuni, Rin Xiaohui, am not a child whose denial you can brush off. Ignoring her resistance, Rin Xiaohui powerfully increased his grip, pulling her soft, fragrant body tightly into his embrace. Tell me, why did you run? She was so angry that she forgot her pretense of innocence, gritting her teeth and growling, may I ask you, the enlightened CEO Rin Xiaohui, why shouldn't I run? I'm not an idiot who would just stand there and let a lecherous brute violate her. I didn't want to be hurt, so I thought of a way to protect myself. Is there anything wrong with that? The one who truly needs to examine himself is you, the lecherous brute. What right do you have to be fierce with me? I wouldn't hurt you. He stared at her wide-eyed. So many women used every scheme possible, falling at his feet, just hoping for a momentary favor, yet she dared to accuse him of being a lecherous brute. How am I supposed to know you won't? She'd never lost a staring contest. Widening her almond eyes, she glared back fiercely. Their eyes locked. He paused, restraining his strength and relaxing his grip significantly. That day, he spoke more gently. In the morning light, you looked like a pure, flawless angel. It was that very beauty that captured all my attention, making me momentarily unable to control myself. I think even at a different time, I would have found it difficult to behave better. However, looking at it from another angle, my behavior that day was a little abrupt. Ito Yuni glared at him angrily. If you want to apologize, be sincere. Being so roundabout is disingenuous. A little abrupt? He meant to say highly inappropriate. He glared at her, and she refused to back down, glaring right back. After a long moment, he suddenly burst out laughing. Not at all. He gently tapped her small nose, saying sweetly to appease her, Yuni is such a beautiful, wise flower. How could you possibly misunderstand my heartfelt apology? His overly intimate praise made her small face flush, but she still stood her ground. Don't think you can charm me. I'm not that easily fooled. Is this dress of yours backless? He suddenly interrupted her unfinished sentence, staring wide-eyed, as if she were an alien. That's right. When it came to her own design, her eyes lit up. She didn't mind being interrupted and immediately spoke eloquently. The back is cut in a V shape, perfectly showcasing the elegant feminine curve of the back and the flawless, snow-white skin. This is one of my most satisfying masterpieces. This evening gown was her latest work. However, thinking of her overly protective big brother, she had let her long, wavy hair fall to her waist to cover it, making people assume it was a traditional design. But the prerequisite was that she couldn't bend down, make sudden movements, or dance with anyone. The backless design is one of the special features of this. Ren Xiaohui. She glared wide-eyed, hissing in a lowered voice, what are you doing? Doing what? Naturally, I'm enjoying the pleasures this gown offers. His expression was truly innocent, but his demonic claw, which was originally placed on her back, now relied on the covering of her long hair. It was wantonly caressing her smooth back. A jolt of electricity spread from her back to her limbs, making her whole body stiffen and giving her goosebumps. Enjoying, she swallowed, gritting her teeth and growling, her eyes blazing with fury. What nonsense are you talking about? I demand you remove your wolf's paw immediately. No chance. He gently refused, certain that she wouldn't dare cause a scene on the dance floor and become a laughingstock. Thus, he was even more unrestrained in eating her delicious tofu. Poor Ito Yuni could only clench her teeth and endure. You dared to wear such a tattered garment to dance with me. I won't concern myself with such crude behavior. I'm merely enjoying a little tofu, as you suggested. But touching you here and there, it's all bone. Yuni, I'm not trying to be critical, but your figure is truly. Ren Xiaohui. Not only did he criticize her masterpiece as tattered, but he also dared to criticize her figure? How outrageous. Yes? Don't push your luck. You're taking advantage and boasting about it. Advantage? You seem to have some self-awareness. You know your body is all bone, which truly is incredibly precious. If you don't like it, please don't force yourself. Now, immediately, remove your claw. Is there anyone whose body is not bone? This damned lecher who deserved to die 10,000 times. It's fine. Even if you're thin, I can tolerate it. Ren Xiaohui. Outsiders, unaware of the silent battle between the two, couldn't see the anger beneath Ito Yuni's pleasant mask. They only saw them intimately embracing, dancing one song after another. Ren Xiaohui's unexpected enthusiasm made Ito Wen joyfully raise his eyebrows. He had originally thought the one Ren Xiaohui was most likely to notice was either Mai Shotzi or Lina. He never expected Yuni's appearance to overturn everything. However, no matter whom Ren Xiaohui chose, the result was the same. Phew. It seemed he wouldn't have to be disappointed after all. It was just. His shrewd eyes swept towards Ito Long. After a moment of contemplation, a plan instantly formed in his mind. In contrast to the overjoyed Ito Wen, the beauties attending the party were furiously jealous, wishing they could rush up and tear the two of them apart. The helpless Ito Yuni, unable to break free, also desperately wanted to quickly rip off Ren Xiaohui, who was clinging to her. Her eyes pleaded towards her brother. But Ito Long had an unusual attitude. His helpless gaze swept over the beauties surrounding him, and he simply shrugged at his precious sister, indicating his powerlessness. Ito Long realized he had been overly protective of his sister, making her excessively naive. Therefore, he decided to seize this opportunity tonight to let his precious sister get a taste of reality. After all, nothing unexpected could happen to her while she was under his watch. Poor Ito Yuni didn't know she had been thrown to the wolves by her own brother. However, when she glanced back, she realized she had become the target of everyone's silent condemnation. Ren Xiaohui, how long do you intend to dance? If you don't change partners soon, I'm going to be torn limb from limb. The sharp, icy arrows of light shooting at her from all around made the hairs on her body stand up. Ren Xiaohui looked up, following her gaze. The moment they met his eyes, the beauties, like spring buds awakened by the wind, adjusted their looks, presenting their most charming smiles, like incredibly beautiful flowers. This is so unfair. She pouted disapprovingly, unable to suppress her complaint. Why is a lecherous brute with such outrageous behavior like you so popular? Are all the young ladies blind? Why can't anyone see that you're truly just gilded jade on the outside, but completely rotten on the inside? Her unreserved critique angered Ren Xiaohui. The hand supporting her back suddenly tightened. Ouch, she whimpered, instantly falling silent and obediently listening. My dearest Miss Ito, I didn't quite catch what you just said. Would you mind repeating it? I said, under his sharp, hawk-like gaze, Ito Yuni was lucky not to have fled for her life. How could she dare to repeat that sentence? Her agile eyes darted around, and she stiffly puffed out her chest, saying, I'm thirsty. Huh? He looked at her suspiciously. Huh, what? I'm thirsty. She pouted her rose-petal lips. As a lady, and a young lady at that, I'd be honored to have you serve me. Otherwise, please release me, and I can go get it myself. After a moment of thought, Ren Xiaohui pulled her off the dance floor, dragging her all the way to a secluded area. He gently caressed her slightly sweaty face and sternly commanded, stay right here and wait. I'll be back in a moment. Remember, don't go anywhere, and don't accept a dance from any other man. Got it? Got it. But what she said wasn't necessarily what she'd do. Her expression was so innocent, but recalling her past offense, he couldn't help but warn her again, you'd better be obedient. Otherwise, he deliberately dragged out the sound, ending with 2 snorts, his threat brief yet potent. Snorting? Does he have a stuffy nose or something? She carelessly made a face at his receding figure. Her clear eyes shifted, and she thought to herself, if I don't run now, when will I? Just as she turned around, she encountered the two sisters, Lena and Maishatzi, whose eyes were bursting with envy, heading toward her. Without waiting for them to speak, Ito Uni immediately spoke loudly to preempt them. I know what you're thinking, but I don't care about it. Her fashion career had just begun. She had no time or inclination for dating. She paused, then added, if you two are interested in Ren Xiaohui, I personally strongly encourage both of you to go all out and fight for his affection. You're both so smart, you naturally understand that Ren Xiaohui is the one who ultimately decides. Both women were stunned simultaneously. They knew Ito Uni was right. But. No buts. I just said it. If you truly like him, hurry up and pursue him, don't live to regret it. Ito Uni waved her hand, stopping their small mouths from saying anything more. She then spotted Ren Xiaohui slowly making his way through the crowd towards their location and immediately urged them on, hurry, while he's free. I see Mashiko is eyeing him like a tiger. She clearly has big plans. You two had better rush. Be careful, she might snatch him first. The two sisters recognized the approaching crisis. They didn't bother arguing with Uni anymore and hurried to intercept him. Ito Uni chuckled to herself. Suddenly, an unfamiliar masculine voice sounded by her ear. Beautiful miss, may I have the honor of a dance? Ito Uni instinctively wanted to refuse, but her clear black and white eyes shifted. Thank you. Her pretty face blossomed into a sweet smile. She extended her small hand to accept the invitation from the unfamiliar man. Seeing that he was still staring blankly, she actively pulled him onto the dance floor. Step by slow step, Ren Xiaohui was unexpectedly trapped in a circle of beauties, relentlessly surrounded by the lovely women. However, his two eyes, burning with furious fire, met no obstruction as they shot straight towards Ito Uni, who was smiling brightly and pulling her enchanted, foolishly grinning partner onto the dance floor. Damn her! She had clearly promised him she wouldn't wander off, yet she still dared to accept a dance from someone else. Ren Xiaohui's sudden surge of anger startled the beauties around him, who paled and quickly fled. Ito Uni, on the far dance floor, also sensed Ren Xiaohui's fury. What can he do to me? Her agile, clear eyes looked at Ren Xiaohui smugly. As if deliberately provoking him, she accepted one dance after another. Eventually, having too much fun, she even ignored Ren Xiaohui, who was still eyeing her like a caged tiger, and continued dancing song after song. She is not suitable for you. Ito Mashiko stated decisively, her surging jealousy making her tone crude. Ren Xiaohui quickly withdrew his gaze, which had been fixed on Ito Uni. His black pupils slightly narrowed. When he opened his eyes, his previous emotion had vanished without a trace. He merely gave her self-righteous comment a calm glance, his composed attitude making it difficult to guess his true thoughts. This made Ito Mashiko, who had already experienced numerous setbacks, feel even more anxious. Ever since she decided to target the throne of the Lei phone group, Madame Ito Mashiko had been secretly investigating and monitoring Ren Xiaohui, taking advantage of every possible opportunity to appear before him. But over the past few days, all she had gained was frustration and defeat. As the leader of a conglomerate, Ren Xiaohui was extremely busy and always had people around him. Moreover, his secretary was very strict. She and he were like people from two different worlds. It was fundamentally difficult to even get close. Being able to face him directly like this was a rare, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She had to seize it well and showcase herself. Ito Mashiko took a deep breath, straightened her back, and presented her finely made-up face at its best angle, her demeanor confident and composed. The woman you need must be capable of managing the household for you. She must also possess a flawless appearance and excellent social skills, allowing her to handle clients effortlessly and help you establish beneficial relationships. Only then can you fully concentrate on your career without any worries. Her cherry-red lips smiled, revealing charming dimples. Her clear, beautiful eyes emitted boundless affection, enough to melt a man as tough as steel into water. But Ren Xiaohui remained aloof and unmoved, completely unfazed. This girl is overly confident. By what authority does she presume to decide what kind of wife he should marry? Ito Mashiko's smiling face instantly paled, stiffening in embarrassment. Those things Ito Yuni cannot do. She is an outlier in the Ito family, her temper is capricious and arrogant, and she is a spoiled girl who constantly needs careful protection. She absolutely cannot be the mistress of a prestigious noble family, so. Thank you for your valuable insight. Outwardly, Ren Xiaohui maintained the appearance of quietly listening, but in reality, he didn't hear much at all. All his attention was focused on the dance floor, his pair of sharp, hawk-like eyes intently watching Ito Yuni's every move. So, the moment Ito Yuni made an unusual move, he immediately interrupted Ito Mashiko's self-expressed policy speech, nodded his head, turned around, and swiftly walked away without any lingering hesitation. Ren Xiaohui, Ito Mashiko watched his retreating figure in astonishment, hating him so much she almost ground her teeth. Chapter 4. The splendid yet elegant seating area within the Rose Garden belonged to the Ito mansion. 8 out of 10 of the Ito family's parties were held here, making it famous within Japan's traditional social circles. The moment Ito Yuni stepped into the refined and graceful garden, she felt completely at ease, and her mood became perfectly suited for admiring the scenery. Following the thick, winding path and passing through an archway, one would immediately arrive at her secret sanctuary within the garden. "Humph," she whined petulantly, kicking off her high heels. Her bare feet stepped onto the soft grass carpet. The liberated, unrestrained feeling comforted her body and spirit. She hummed a light, cheerful tune, and her slender figure gracefully danced a few elegant ballet steps. Thinking of Ren Xiaohui's furious expression when he was besieged by the crowd of beauties, she felt a slight fear, a tremor quickly spreading through her body, which made her burst into laughter. It wasn't that Ito Yuni's aesthetic sense differed from the norm. Like the vast majority of women, she liked Ren Xiaohui's exceptionally handsome exterior and his intimidating, arrogant aura. She also admired his extraordinary abilities and impressive achievements. But compared to the other women around him, she clearly understood her own limitations. She knew she was fundamentally no match for Ren Xiaohui. He was worldly and confident, capable of using any means to achieve his goals. Perhaps he had a brief interest in her now, but could this interest last? What about later? She didn't want to pay for his fleeting interest with her entire life, it simply wasn't worth it. Therefore, she had to treat him like a venomous snake or a fierce beast, maintaining a safe distance. Ren Xiaohui's unrestrained nature had many similarities with her father's. Both were strikingly handsome, wealthy, and powerful. Even if they didn't actively seek out romantic affairs, those very qualities were enough to attract adoration from all directions, as evidenced by the eager and jealous eyes of the beauties at the party. Marrying Ren Xiaohui would absolutely be a nightmare. Beauty, wealth, and power were insufficient guarantees for a happy marriage. Her mother was clear proof of this, a woman of noble birth who could only endure her husband's infidelity and cruelty. She didn't know how many dubious relationships Ren Xiaohui had, but given his rapacious and lustful behavior, Ito Yuni would not for the world believe he possessed any degree of chastity. With his arrogant attitude, he probably didn't even know what the word meant. The night sky now seemed vast and distant, stitched with bright stars. The cold, crescent moon cast a pale glow, draping the romantic rose garden in a thin veil of silk, making it feel all the more secluded, elegant, and peaceful. Ito Yuni unconsciously stopped dancing, her hands lazily resting on her hips. She took a deep breath, letting the cool air clear the thoughts in her mind. With no more nonsense rattling around, her heart settled. "You walk your broad, straight path, I choose my single-plank bridge. You'd best not bother me," she whispered softly. "Impossible. And it's already too late." A surge of intense masculine scent rushed towards her. Before she could react, 2 hands, hot as fire, reached through the open back of her gown and quickly covered her defenseless breasts. In an instant, the blood rushed through her entire body, and Ito Yuni's face flushed scarlet. That scent. Ren Xiaohui. How could he? Her entire body froze, unable to move. Her paralysis didn't mean he was idle. On the contrary, those wicked hands grew even more active. Her soft, snow-white nipples swelled and hardened under his caress. "Ren Xiaohui, don't you dare," she raised her small hands, trying to grab those arrogant hands, but the layer of clothing made it impossible to catch them. "You lecherous brute, let me go right now." "No chance. Yuni, I found that you look a little malnourished on the outside, but here," Ren Xiaohui gently fondled her, "luckily, there's still some flesh. I'm quite satisfied." "Satisfied with your head? You've gone too far. If you don't let go, I'll call for help." Her words were cut short by the demonic claw on her chest, which brutally tormented her beautiful, fairy-like breasts as if in punishment. Ah! The sharp pain deep within her feminine core jolted Ito Yuni. Her legs weakened, and her entire body collapsed against his firm chest. He wrapped his arm around her waist, lowering himself to sit on the iron chair hidden in the flower bushes. His chest pressed against her back, his iron arm gripping her waist and forcing her to sit on his lap, while his other hand roamed freely over her body. "No, don't do this," her small, trembling hands busily pushed away the wolf's paw, and she gasped, "I'm warning you. There are many people at the party. If you dare to assault me, I will scream. I advise you not to waste your energy. This spot is quite a distance from the main hall. It's a chilly spring night. People inside are enjoying the warm air conditioning. I don't believe anyone will come to hear your cat's meow." His palm lingered, caressing her smooth, jade-like breast. Her soft, slick skin completely mesmerized him. She was so angry she wanted to scream out loud, yet she was afraid that if a crowd actually came, she would be the one in trouble. "Long will come looking for me. If he finds out you bullied me, he won't let you get away with it." "Really?" "He will," he whispered, his wolfish fangs nipping at her pearl-like smooth shoulder, moving up to her graceful neck, his hot tongue exploring and lightly licking her sensitive ear. "Deal with me how?" "He will." A jolt of electricity ran through her body. She felt an unusual warmth flow from her lower body. Her small, resisting hands seemed increasingly weak and powerless. And his pair of demonic claws continued their intrusive journey, wantonly teasing and fondling her tender skin, lighting one fire after another. She gasped rapidly, anxiously twisting her body, feeling her body temperature constantly rising. Her entire being seemed to be burning, and even her breath was scorching hot. But he seemed insatiable. His two hands secured her slender waist, and he easily turned her so that she was sitting face to face on his lap. He silently lifted her gown up to her waist, and his hands carefully raised her flawless, snowy breasts. His wide mouth opened, engulfing her rosy nipple, and he lowered his head to suckle ruthlessly like a starving wolf. Instinctively, she arched her chest. Her head began to spin as if she were drunk, a hazy, light-headed sensation. Her consciousness slowly began to fade. The night wind gently blew, the cool air rustling through the leaves, caressing her white jade-sculpted body. The sudden chill was like being submerged in an ice bath. She shivered, instantly snapping back to her senses. She cried out in horror, pushing him hard and jumping up. She hastily pulled down the silk gown that had been hiked up to her waist, covering her naked body. Seized by extreme fury, she raised her hand, truly wanting to deliver a slap to Ren Xiaohui. Not a chance. He grabbed her hand just in time and pulled hard, making her gasp and fall back into his arms. His other hand lifted the back of her head, and his mouth opened, unceremoniously swallowing her soft, cherry-pink lips. Before she could struggle, she was once again immersed in the intoxicating frenzy of passion. Just as the two were about to lose control, the faint sound of voices brought Ren Xiaohui's reason back. Reluctantly pulling his mouth from hers, he saw that Ito Yuni was surprisingly pleased. Her breathing was ragged, her bright eyes were half closed, and her rosy face was even more alluring, stirring a spring-like desire. Her smooth, jade-like body was once again exposed to his scorching eyes. Ren Xiaohui felt intense regret but couldn't help but worry. Although it was already spring, the air was still piercingly cold. He didn't want his momentary pleasure to make her sick. Moreover, given his current state, by the time he felt satisfied, he was afraid she would need to be rushed to the emergency room with pneumonia. He lingered, gently biting her snow-white, smooth skin. "All of this belongs to me. I don't want any other man to touch it. You had better stay away from them, or else you'll have to bear the consequences," he threatened darkly. "No. I don't belong to you. You have no right to warn me." She stubbornly fought for her autonomy, but her hoarse voice and trembling body exposed her helplessness. "Don't tell me you don't know that you came here tonight specifically to meet me." His lustful hand smugly played with her snowy mounds. She bit her lip and coughed lightly, insisting stubbornly, "It was just a blind date. I haven't agreed to marry you. Do you think you have the right to object?" What did he mean by that? Before Ito Yuni could ask, her small, sweet mouth was swallowed up by him again. Ren Xiaohui ferociously kissed her until she was breathless before quietly snapping, "You are not allowed to accept a dance from any other man, understood? Not allowed." "What are you?" A sharp, cold flash of light appeared and vanished in his eyes, making her whole body tremble. She unconsciously stammered, "Got it." Good. Her obedience made him very pleased. "I like this masterpiece of yours." What? Didn't he just criticize it as a tattered garment? Seeing her confused look, he wickedly whispered into her ear, "Because it's so easy to take off." Heat rushed to her pale, small face. She stared at him, mortified and furious, her beautiful eyes looking ready to catch fire. Yet, he didn't feel the slightest bit of her fury's power. Instead, he chuckled lightly. "Straighten yourself up. I'll go in first." He lightly touched her flushed, paddle-like lips. As if that wasn't enough, he kissed her again, and again. Only when he understood that no number of kisses would ever be enough did he reluctantly stand up and walk away. Quickly straightening her disheveled clothing, she touched her swollen, burning lips. "That damned lecherous brute." Ito Yuni angrily cursed Ren Xiaohui's outrageous behavior, then immediately sighed. "What a mess I am now. How could she dare go out and frighten people?" Since she had no interest in the party anyway, she might as well seize the chance to escape. A bright red sports car neatly parked in front of a five-star restaurant. The valet immediately greeted her, "Welcome, distinguished." His eyes stopped in astonishment on the long-haired woman who had just stepped out of the car. "Careful now. If your drool drips onto your uniform, it will look terrible," a handsome young man teased, waking up the valet. Seeing the man's face instantly turn red, looking as if he wished to retreat into his shell like a turtle, the young man couldn't help but laugh aloud, escorting the stunning beauty with a resounding laugh into the lobby. "Yamamoto-san, is teasing your own staff that amusing?" Ito Yuni shook her head helplessly. "Honestly, you're about to get married and become a father, yet you haven't shed your habit of teasing people." Actually, Yamamoto Satoshi suddenly stopped, cupping Ito Yuni's exquisite small face with both hands. His focused eyes emanated sincere tenderness. "Actually, I'm not joking. The first time I met you, you enchanted me and stole my heart. When you left to study abroad, I was in unbearable pain. And you're growing more beautiful every day. My love for you flows like a river, never ending." "Really?" Ito Yuni glanced at him disdainfully, smiling without mirth. "If that's the case, why did you find a destined fiancé while I was struggling in a foreign land?" Yamamoto Satoshi was a friend of Ito Long's and a frequent visitor to the Ito mansion during his school days. The first time he saw her, he claimed it was love at first sight. Although Ito Long had fiercely disciplined him every time they met, he wouldn't forget to declare his determination to marry her. At the time, she treated it as a joke, and the facts proved it was indeed a joke. Today, he invited Ito Yuni for a meal to introduce her to his fiancé and to thank this famous designer of the young Parisian generation for agreeing to personally design his fiancé's wedding dress. Ouch! Hearing this, Yamamoto Satoshi gaped, suddenly putting on a heroic, tragic expression. "Fine, I shouldn't have changed my heart and fallen for someone else while you were away. To prove my character, and to fulfill my promise to you, I've decided to call off this wedding. Come here, let's seal this determination with a pledge kiss. With that, Yamamoto Satoshi immediately moved closer to Ito Yuni. Hey, Yuni was startled. Both annoyed and amused, she pushed his approaching face away, snapping, "Shameless! Who wants a pledge kiss with you? Come here, come here. I'll love you so much." His cajoling tone sounded exactly like a wolf tempting an innocent lamb. "You rotten Yamamoto Satoshi, how dare you publicly flirt with me?" Her small, white hand quietly landed on his firm waist and pinched hard. "Ah. Gently, gently." Yamamoto Satoshi grimaced, wincing and whispering, his pinched waist unbearably painful. "Please, Miss Yuni, forgive me this time. Your humble servant will never dare to do it again." "Consider yourself lucky you're sensible. If you don't behave, be careful, I'll report you to your fiancé. You won't have a moment of peace then." She snorted lightly, a smug look on her face. Yamamoto Satoshi was about to say something when he suddenly felt the hairs on his entire body stand on end. He saw a group of office workers dozens of meters away. One man among them, a person with a profound aura who seemed to be their leader, was staring at them with icy eyes. Yes. It was him. Yamamoto Satoshi, who was being inexplicably glared at, had to rack his brain. Strange. A man with such an overwhelming aura is hard to forget. The lack of any impression suggests they don't know each other. So, why is he looking at me as if he wants to chop me into 17 or 18 pieces? What's wrong? Ito Yuni noticed Yamamoto Satoshi's unusual behavior. Nothing, nothing. Nanai must have arrived. Let's go in quickly. He draped his arm over her slender shoulder, hurriedly moving towards the elevator. He was a married man now. If trouble could be avoided, it was best to avoid it. Mother. The moment Ito Yuni entered her mother's sitting room, she called out curiously, "Did you look for me?" "What is it?" Her father's large figure was right in front of her. She was startled, instinctively looking around for her mother. Phew. Her mother, though looking like a rabbit before a lion, with a pale, frightened expression, was thankfully unharmed. Yuni. The moment Madame Ito saw her daughter, she instantly breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly pulled her to her side and softly informed her, "Your father needs to talk to you." "Father?" Ito Yuni greeted him respectfully. Strange. This Pheasant Phoenix residence, Sufenkyo, was where her mother lived. Her father hadn't stepped foot in it for many years. Why did he suddenly appear here today? Seeing his mild expression, her heart sank. Things that made her father happy usually brought misery to others, so she truly had a bad feeling this time. Yuni, a few days ago, I accepted Xiaohuai's marriage proposal. We've decided to have you two married by the end of the month. Counting from now, that's less than a month. The time is a bit tight. However, I will send people to help. They are all experienced professionals, so you don't need to worry. Ito-wan nodded happily. The realization of his long-held wish made him very pleased. Ren Xiaohuai actually wanted to marry her? Ito Yuni was extremely surprised. How could this be? She thought she didn't need to worry about him anymore, especially since her cousins were so aggressive towards him. She never expected. Why would he want to marry her? That could be discussed later. The most important thing now was that she hadn't agreed to get married. How could her father make such a decision unilaterally? Father. Ito Yuni glared at her self-satisfied father, filled with righteous indignation. Marriage is a very important matter to me. It concerns my lifelong happiness. How could you unilaterally and dictatorially decide everything without even asking for my opinion? Are you blaming me? He frowned in displeasure, his face darkening. I am your father. Your marriage is mine to decide. I can marry you to whomever I choose. Why would I need to ask for your opinion? Father, his self-evident attitude almost made Ito Yuni die of anger. It's the space age now. Humanity is about to colonize Mars. Are you still stuck in the Middle Ages with parents arrange, children obey? Silence. Ito snapped coldly. How many women would kill to marry a man with such excellent qualities as Ren Xiaohui? Being able to marry him is your blessing. What more do you want? Anyone who wants to marry him is welcome to do so. Ito Yuni doesn't care for it. I will decide my own marriage. If you're the one who agreed to the marriage, then you go marry him. It has nothing to do with me. Ito Wen's attitude was rigid and resolute, and Ito Yuni was not willing to be outdone. Nonsense. His handsome face became even darker. His furious hand slammed down on the tabletop. How dare you speak to your father with such an attitude? It's all your mother's fault. She is useless herself and then sent you abroad from a young age to absorb all that heretical nonsense. Now, you don't even know the basic filial duty of a child. Ito Yuni was just as angry as her father. She held her small face up stubbornly, pointing out without reservation, "Father, don't dodge the issue by talking about mother. Marriage is a lifelong affair. You agreed to the engagement alone without ever asking for my opinion. That is dictatorial and unreasonable. You were wrong first. How can you have the nerve to blame others?" Given Ito Wen's status and authority, few people dared to speak to him this way. Unfortunately for him, he had one such person in his own home, who frequently made him so angry he wanted to choke her to death. Angrily glancing at his wife, who was trembling on the sofa, he truly suspected whether this bold daughter was a mistake of his, were it not for the fact that the mother and daughter looked so alike. To solidify the cooperative relationship between the two families, this marriage absolutely had to proceed. In pursuit of his goal, Ito Wen had to suppress his anger. No matter how advanced the times become, you are still a descendant of the Ito family. In the Ito family, the marriage of children is always decided by the parents. This is not dictatorial. I know you are simply too shocked to accept it right now. You are my daughter. I will not let you suffer hardship. You have already met Ren Xiaohui. He is handsome and has an extraordinary demeanor. Whether it's his family background or his ability, he is a rare and hard-to-find man. Marrying him is the fervent dream of countless women. His choosing you today is your blessing. Whether it's a blessing or not, I know best. It's not up to you to say. Furthermore, I am a living, conscious human being, not some inanimate commodity. I absolutely will not agree to let you turn me into a product to be sold to the highest bidder. She raised her head to confront her furious father, refusing to yield an inch. Give it up, father. I will definitely not agree. You've taught your daughter well. Ito Wen was so furious he was fuming, with nowhere to vent his anger. He could only turn and rebuke his wife, who was huddled fearfully on the side. The timid Madame Ito was normally terrified just hearing her husband's voice. Now that he was angry, tears immediately flowed like a broken faucet. Yes, I'm so sorry. This has nothing to do with mother. Why are you yelling at her? Heartbroken, she hugged her mother, patting her back in comfort. Mother, don't be scared. Everything will be fine. The mother is not acting like a mother, and the daughter is not acting like a daughter. Nothing was right. Ito Wen grew angrier the more he watched. Suddenly, a gleam flashed in his eyes. His hand shot out unexpectedly and pulled Madame Ito towards him. Ah! Ito Yuni cried out in horror. She desperately wanted to snatch her startled mother back from his hands. Father, what are you doing? Let go of my mother. You'll scare her to death. Ito Wen smiled coldly. With one hand, he gripped his wife's slender neck, lifting her slightly. Father, don't. Madame Ito's face was horrified. Her entire body shook like an autumn leaf caught in the wind. Well? Ito Wen looked at his pale-faced daughter and asked fiercely, are you going to marry him or not? Ito Yuni clenched her hands, glaring at her cold-blooded, merciless father. She wished she could kill him. I'll marry him. I'll marry him. Good. Releasing his grip, Ito-wan ignored his wife, who fell to the floor, turned around, and swiftly left. Mother! Ito-yuni's expression changed drastically. She rushed to her mother's side. I'm sorry, Yuni. It's all my fault. I've hurt you. Madame Ito's eyes fluttered open as she lay on the bed. Seeing her daughter worriedly by her side, tears flowed relentlessly like a broken faucet. Mother, don't be like that. Ito-yuni sat on the bedside, lifting her mother's cold hand and caressing her own cheek with it. I have to get married sooner or later anyway. If not to him, then to someone else. Besides, now there's a blind fool who wants to marry me. You don't have to worry about me not getting married anymore. Isn't that good? But, Madame Ito knew her daughter was comforting her, as she fundamentally did not want to marry yet. Suddenly, Madame Ito's eyes brightened, and she said excitedly, "Where's Long? He loves you the most." Maybe. The news has already been announced. Even if he were here, he couldn't do anything. Besides, your brother left for Germany on a business trip a few days ago and won't be back for another week. To smoothly force her into marriage, her father had preemptively separated her from Long. Mother. She pretended to be relaxed. Your father was right, too. Ren Xiaohuai's qualities are actually very good. Let me tell you, my Shotzi and Lena must be dying of jealousy right now. They probably wish they could marry him instead of me. So, you should be happy for me. Hurry and wipe your tears, don't be sad anymore. Really? Madame Ito widened her tear-filled, clear eyes. Although she was still a little skeptical, she felt somewhat relieved. Of course, it's true. How could I lie to you about something like this? Wiping the tears from her mother's face and carefully tucking her into bed, Ito-yuni said gently, the most important thing now is for you to recover quickly. When you feel a little better, I'll bring him to meet you, okay? Yes, of course. Although Madame Ito was nearly 50, she was very simple-minded. Ito-yuni's casual words of comfort were enough to bring a smile back to her face. After easily comforting her mother and watching her fall asleep peacefully, the smile on Ito-yuni's face instantly vanished, replaced by a trace of bitterness at the corner of her mouth. She instructed Maiko to take good care of her mother, then stood up and walked away. Chapter 5. That cold, heartless old bastard, if he wants to benefit himself, go ahead and get married, and dare to threaten me. Over the past few days, except for taking care of her mother who became sick because she was so scared, Dang Yu has only been drinking tea, painting, and relaxing as much as possible. As for the wedding that is related to her lifelong happiness, she not only does not care, but even avoids it completely if she can avoid it. After all, this marriage was forced by her father, she was only responsible for appearing at the ceremony, and of course he had to take care of these trivial matters. But, thinking about losing the career she had just begun and the free, carefree days of the past 20 years, she couldn't help but scold her. You shameless bastard, there are so many women in the world, you can't marry anyone, why does it have to do with me? Dang Yu angrily scolded, along with her unconscious hand movements, the number of flower petals accumulated at her feet increased more and more. Normally, Dang Yu is absolutely a flower lover, but when she's in a bad mood, she quickly transforms into someone with merciless flower-plucking hands. Her small hands can be compared to scissors cutting paper. No matter how famous and beautiful the flower is, as long as it goes through her pulling hands it will turn into small pieces. Looking at the flower petals falling all over the ground, one could tell that she was clearly in an extremely bad mood at this time. Who dares to make your Yu so angry? A teasing voice with a hint of laughter rang out. Dang Yu suddenly turned her head and immediately took in the familiar figure. It's Dr. Dang Long who just returned from Germany. Long. The soft, elegant call filled with joy rang out. Dang Long quickly put down all the gifts in his hand, stretched out his arms to hug her body as she rushed over. You're finally back, people miss you so much. Really? This isn't the first time you've gone on a business trip. I've never missed you that much before. Why is this time so special? Wai Dang Long comfortably hugged her light body and sat on the white rattan chair. It's not like you caused any trouble, so I want the person who died in my place to clean up the battlefield for you, right? I didn't. She intuitively wanted to refute, but thoughts appeared in her mind, thinking that this time she really had to go ask her brother for help, so she had to change her words. You are my brother. If my sister has something to do, my brother naturally has to help. You love me so much, you are a high mountain for me to lean on. If you are in trouble and don't look for me, who will you look for? I knew it right away. Hearing that, he frowned, pointed at the tip of her nose, and had no choice but to surrender. Speak, Miss Wai Dang, what is the big matter that requires your brother to cross fire and cross rivers? Wow, Long is the best. Her naked arms hugged her brother, happily flattering him. Sow the wind and reap the storm, you can't go wrong. A's, who told me to pamper her to the heavens, now I have to do it myself. Wai Dang Long said silently in his heart, but seeing her dark clouds flying away, happy looks everywhere, he couldn't help but be happy too. Long, please tell my father for me, people don't want to marry that super cool wolf and barbaric champion of the universe, Nam Kyu Hai. Hearing that, Wai Dang Long was stunned. Nam Kyu Hai is a super-colored wolf and barbaric champion of the universe. Who told you such nonsense rumors? Basically, Yu Yuni doesn't have the talent of gossiping around a few ants, so saying that is 8 times that someone is plotting to make up things. This is something I went through directly myself, so I don't need to listen. Wai Dang Yu Yuni briefly covered her small mouth. Even though I found out I made a mistake at the right time, I still didn't have time. Experience it yourself? Wai Dang Long's whole body stiffened, slowly sitting up straight, the powerful eagle's eyes looking straight at her small, brainless face. You told Yu Yuni. Did you have something you forgot to tell me? 10 white fingers intertwined to peek at her brother's black face like Bao Tsong. In addition to just being angry at herself, how could she dare to hesitate? Actually, before the Rose Garden party, I met him at the greenhouse. At that time, we didn't know each other, but as soon as he saw his face, he immediately groped people. Then in the Rose Garden, he had his personality again. Groped haphazardly, and fiercely warned me. Don't let me dance with any other men. Wai Dang Yu Yuni hesitated and vaguely recounted the 2 meetings with Nam Kyu Hai. However, from her eyes that did not dare to look straight and her red cheeks, Wai Dang Long could roughly guess. He gasped and wanted to find Nam Kyu Hai to settle the matter, but he also understood that Kyu Hai, which he knew might not have had time to eat Wai Dang Yu Yuni, but at most he only had one last sip left. What makes people most likely to get angry is the innocent expression of his stupid sister that almost made him. The bone is non-existent. It's just that person whose ability is so crazy about work in his impression. Why did he quickly transform in front of Yu Yuni and become a sinister and cunning wolf? Although according to Yu Yuni's description, he could see that Nam Kyu Hai seemed to have only desire for her. But this desire is so strong that if you don't regret bringing her home, it doesn't represent the fact that in addition to exuding desire and having children, Yu Yuni has a special meaning to Nam Kyu Hai? If that's true, shouldn't you take the opportunity to test the intensity of people's hearts all day long with your stupid sister, like a hand-scalding sweet potato thrown to him? Brother, if even you don't help me, I've got no choice but to dig a kiss. Don't think nonsense, Yu Yuni. Wai Dang Long rolled his eyes and spoke like an obedient child. Lei Fong Group and Wai Dang Financial Group are both famous corporations. This wedding received a lot of attention. If you dare to be a runaway bride, your detractors will cause serious harm to both families. Don't say your father cannot forgive you and Nam Kyu Hai will not forgive you. At that time, the 2 families will work together to spread out into the hammock of heaven and earth. How long can I hide, and where can I run away? Of course I can't escape alone, but I still have you. You'll help me, right? You? Wai Dang Long almost fainted, but unexpectedly she had this intention. If he really did that, even if his father didn't kill him, Nam Kyu Hai wouldn't let him go. However, Wai Dang Long of course would not be so honest and tell Wai Dang Yu Yuni, otherwise under her teary eyes, he would have no choice but to die. While Wai Dang Long had a very sad headache, A bout of dissatisfaction suddenly arose in his heart. Damn it! Proposing marriage is originally the matter of the groom, the person who wants to get married is Nam Kyu Hai, and a brother-in-law like you has to be impatient in everything? Yes, I have to return this trouble to him, let him know that getting married is not that easy. Yu Ni, if you really hate Kyu Hai and don't want to marry him, of course I don't want you to be wronged. But... Wai Dang Long hesitated, raised her worried face. Dao kissing is the most reluctant thing to do, he can only hide for a moment. His Yu Ni is a smart person, of course he won't do anything stupid like that, right? I know it's not good, but I've already appealed to my father, he doesn't pay attention to me at all. Have you gone looking for Nam Kyu Hai yet? Find him? Wai Dang Yu Ni looked surprised. That's right, find Nam Kyu Hai. The purpose of this marriage is to strengthen bilateral relations, so I just need to be able to convince Nam Kyu Hai to proactively cancel the engagement. This possibility seems difficult, because news about the wedding has also spread throughout the streets. Both sides are famous family corporations, how can it be said that cancellation is cancellation? But I can still convince him to choose another bride. After all, as long as the bride is still Wai Dang's daughter, the father will have no opinion. That's right, why didn't you think you could find Nam Kyu Hai directly? As long as he agrees. Wai Dang Yu Ni's skillful face suddenly raised a light of hope. Furthermore, based on what you know, Nam Kyu Hai has a bit of a big man's ideology, he likes women with a tendency to have gentle, soft, lovely personalities, and a plump, hot figure. Wai Dang Long's eyes swung around her 3 rings, unable to help but shake his head and sigh. Basically, you and them are 2 types of clear disagreements. He just met me for the first time and chose you. I think it must have been a bit confusing. After all, the 2 of us have only met twice, and we have limited time to talk to each other, so we don't understand clearly. Once that's the case, what I have to do now is come in front of him myself, let him open his eyes and look at me closely. If so, then trying to convince him is definitely not a difficult task. Wai Dang Yu Ni originally thought that his 2 half-sisters were more suitable for men's preferences than him. Therefore, when her brother lowered her, she just glared at him, not comparing with him, but her mood immediately became happy again. Okay, just make that decision. Now I have to go talk to him clearly. She raised her small fist in a peaceful spirit and decided to go find Nam Kyu Hai herself, convincing him to change the bride. Kyu Hai, I have wholeheartedly cared for help. If in the end you still cannot convince Yu Ni, then not being able to get a wife is worth your life, no wonder I have no morality. Wai Dang Long muttered. Assistants took turns reporting the results of discussions between members of each group to General Nam Kyu Hai. Nam Kyu Hai listened, reviewed the documents in his hand, pondered for a moment and immediately decided to comment and give orders on the direction of work. A collection of documents like river water presented before him. A collection of an important strategic booklet related to the survival and development of the corporation is satisfactorily handled with Nam Kyu's decisive and quick decisions. Duong Kin Noyet quickly recorded Nam Kyu Hai's instructions, but when he reviewed the documents and stopped thinking, this extremely high-performing general secretary would still be able to suppress her desire from the bottom of her heart, secretly using admiring eyes to look at his handsome boss. A man so mature and confident, with such arrogant aura, told her how could she not have admiration? The doorbell suddenly rang. Duong Kin Noyet was startled and quickly stood up to open the door. General, Miss Wai Dang is coming to visit. Everyone raised their heads and saw bright eyes before them. Wai Dang Yu Ni wears a fresh light yellow suit, an excellent precisely tailored outfit that enhances her soft, sparkling figure. Looking at her slowly walking forward, her elegant yet gentle appearance, her beautiful appearance using literature, is hard to imagine. Yu Ni? As soon as he saw the person coming, his fiancée still hadn't contacted him for several days. Nam Kyu Hai stood up to greet him, his expression of joy and surprise basically unmarked. It's really a rare visitor. What wind brought you here? Eastern Quad Wind Southwest North. His small hand pressed against his welcoming elbow, raised his long curled eyelashes, looked back to avoid his shining falcon eyes, nodded at the staff present. She said softly, "Kyuhai, I have something to negotiate with you." "Is there a negotiation with you?" Her sword eyebrows slightly raised, her eyes attentively observed her beautiful, guilty face, rolling their eyes to tell her subordinates, "Just decide this matter, next time discuss it." "Yes." Everyone nodded and stood up to go out. "General, 20 minutes from now, Kontai people will arrive." Before having to leave, Duong Kin Noyet did not forget to fulfill her duty to remind her of the next schedule. Kontai contract is an important matter of Loifeng Group. The partners of both sides have reached the decisive stage. In the immediate future there is only one step left. Nam Kyuhai pondered, suddenly his spirit's face flashed, turned to one of the assistants Tian Min, "Then you will preside over this meeting." The general director of the Japanese branch company is preparing to retire, and many people take advantage of this position. Tian Min performed very well. Nam Kyuhai still wanted to consider his position, now he could just take the opportunity to test his ability to handle it alone. Take the contract case. Kontai does his job. If Tian Min becomes general director, the others will have nothing more to say. But this meeting is very important. Under Nam Kyuhai's eyes, Duong Kin Noyet's voice quickly faded. Tian Min, until now, in this Kontai project, you have participated in the entire process, you also know the details, our requirements and key points. From now on, this project puts you in charge, no problem, right? Tian Min immediately understood what he meant, was delighted and surprised and also filled with confidence in himself. Naturally, it wasn't until everyone had left that Wai Dang Yuyuni gently exhaled and conveniently sat on the sofa. "Say it." Bringing her a glass of juice from the small bar, Nam Kyuhai sat down next to her, his long arm around her shoulder, in a relaxed voice teasing, "I heard you're terribly busy, even our nearby wedding can't be bothered." So he was very surprised, in the end, something so important that it could make Miss Wai Dang busy with hundreds of thousands of tasks come to negotiate with him. Since announcing their engagement, Nam Kyuhai immediately moved out of the Wai Dang family and returned to the hotel where he initially stayed in the president's temporary room. For more than a week, several times he really wanted to find her to cultivate his feelings, but she was hiding like a trach. There was always a way to make him unable to find her. However, he is absolutely not impatient. Once the engagement was decided, she was the thing in his hand. Even if he wanted to hide, he couldn't escape. But his work schedule is already very busy, now he has to have a wedding. There are many things that he cannot separate and resolve. Reluctantly, I had to tolerate her once. It's just that, without any reason, she took the initiative to find him again today, with absolute purpose. Don't move your legs or arms, how can I talk like that? Wai Dang Yuyuni tried to suppress his anger, trying to avoid his restless arms and legs and his wide, restless mouth. "I really have something to tell you. Why can't I move my hands and feet with you? You are my fiancé, a close fiancé is a matter of heaven and earth." Nam Kyuhai. The arm that had just been removed was once again placed on her waist, pushing his approaching mouth away. She glared angrily at him and then stood up and sat on the opposite side. "Okay." He took off his coat, relaxed his tie, and lazily leaned on the sofa. "What do you want to negotiate?" Anyway, there was no need to rush, he didn't want to scare her anymore. Even though I thought so, I still couldn't help but whisper, "I hope what you want to say is really that important." She looked at him carefully, not knowing how to open her mouth. "Don't worry, say whatever you want to say, I won't eat you." Nam Kyuhai smiled and reassured her, "We are about to become husband and wife, what else can't be said? As long as it's reasonable, I'll agree with you." She took a deep breath, used a little courage that was about to end and exclaimed, "I want you to proactively cancel the engagement." Nam Kyuhai's smile stiffened, her deep, dark eyes shot out a deadly arrow straight towards her. She stopped breathing for a moment, cold sweat like ice flowed down her temples, and the comfortable air winked and dissipated. "Didn't you hear wrong?" He slowly opened his mouth to ask. She didn't see him making any special movements, but she was intuitively hot, as if in front of her eyes the leopard was waiting to attack, and could always rush forward and tear her to pieces. You want me to proactively break off the engagement? She impatiently pinched her dry lips. Why is this? At most, she just wanted to ask him to proactively cancel the marriage. Did he need to scare people like that? Actually, there is no need to cancel the engagement. I know this marriage involves a cooperative working relationship between two families. It is not said that cancellation can be cancelled. However, I just need you to cancel the engagement with me. After all, as long as the bride is from Wai Dang's family, it will not affect the two families' cooperative relationship. You can still choose from other unmarried ladies in the Wai Dang family, such as the beautiful Lin Na or the gentle Mai Sa Tu. Enough! Nam Pyu Hai coldly shouted, interrupting her who was doing so endlessly. I don't intend to be patient to hear those things. I just need to know that, if I can choose one of the ladies in Wai Dang family, why can't it be you? For a moment, he sat up straight as if he had been electrocuted. An extremely intimate scene in his head suddenly flashed and disappeared. Jealousy rumbled. Black eyes seemed to be about to explode. 2 days ago, in the hall downstairs I saw you and a man with dashing and intimate clothes coming in. Who is he? What relationship do you and him have? Damn it, even though the two of them weren't married, if the engagement was made, she should cut ties with all the other men. Just thinking about it won't work, let alone hugging. Thinking that the other man was likely the reason she refused the marriage, an incomprehensible monstrous emotion immediately spread like weed in his chest, making him so uncomfortable that he wanted to kill someone. He's your man? You love him, right? Say. She wanted to deny it but was angered by his force, so she couldn't help but say indiscriminately. It's my business whether you have a lover or not. It has nothing to do with me. Why do you have to report it to me? Shut up. Nam Pyu Hai stood up and rushed towards her, forcing Wai Dang Yu Ni, who had not yet had time to react, to the sofa. Her hard hand as fast as lightning locked her neck, holding out his hatred of not being able to break it. The whirlwind flared up in the depths of his eyes and darkness. Wai Dang Yu Ni, you are so bold, you dare to collude with another man to do something wrong behind my back. No, I'm not colluding with the others. She cried out quickly, her whole body terrified. The person you said must be Mr. Sun Ban. He is Mr. Long's friend, just like another brother of mine. That day we just had a meal together at most. Her dissatisfaction had disappeared without a trace because of his violent eyes. The disobedient stray cat suddenly became a gentle kitten with enough fear. She was afraid of pain and precious her little life. I don't dare to provoke anymore. Wai Dang Yu Ni is a protected flower that grew up in a greenhouse. From birth she was loved by her mother and brother very much. No matter what they did wrong, their sad attitude of blame was still flattery. Stop. Having lived for more than 20 years, until now she had never seen such terror through anger. Seeing that his expression was a bit relaxed, she secretly exhaled, carefully separating the 5 fingers like iron and steel. Seeing that he did not object, his liver became a little bigger, gently pushing his big chest away, pitifully said, "Stand up, I'm very heavy, weighing so heavily that you're about to stop breathing." His eyes fixed on her innocent countenance, hesitating a little, he sat up slowly, with his forehand pulling her up with him. Wai Dang Yu Ni, who was not dead, quickly stood up, stroked the wrinkles on her suit, took another breath of sweet air, and finally had the strength to resent her. What do you do wrong? Tell me. I'm a star in the Paris fashion industry. There's still a lot of knowledge I want to absorb. There's no time to waste like that. It's so hard for you to hear. At a moment, the scene of Wai Dang Yu Ni and Sun Tu not seeing anyone as intimate and laughing once again appeared in Nam Pyu Hai's mind. I don't believe. Her strong hand suddenly pressed against her neck, her black pupils once again showed cruelty. In front of everyone in public, no one is considered to hug and cuddle like that. Who would believe if you two were simply brotherly feelings? Why has the weather changed again? Really? She quickly stood on tiptoe, her small, beautiful face turned red because she couldn't breathe, making her even more fascinated. His small arm clung to his iron-hard arm, begging to say, Nam Pyu Hai, you. Sun Ban and I really have nothing. Furthermore, Mr. Sunban is about to get married. That day he invited me to dinner because he thanked me for agreeing to design a wedding dress for his precious fiancée Nai Nai. At that time Nai Nai was also present. I don't believe you can ask her. Let go. I'm about to stop breathing. Oh my god, you're such an idiot. Knowing clearly that he was very scary, when he was just free, he ran away immediately. Once the cynical claw sprouts are sown, the wind immediately grows, and in the blink of an eye, they have become a skeptical tree. Although Japanese women are stubborn on the outside, they are actually quite comfortable. Just think of how that spotless snow-white body could have been placed under a man's body. A thunderous scream rang out. Why dang you ni suddenly felt like heaven and earth were shaking. Why dang you ni cried out in fear. She was dragged to an elegantly decorated bedroom, the door slammed shut, and she was immediately thrown onto a large, soft bed. Even though the bed was very soft, under the influence of gravity she was still hit quite painfully. At this time, Nam Kyu Hai was already filled with jealousy like a fire spreading to the grassland, burning all his reason. How could he still understand what is called loving the fragrance and regretting the pearl? Her violent hand in just a few movements tore off all the clothes on her body. Shameless bastard. Her small face was pale, she said and scolded. Her hands wanted to cover her chest and her lower body. I really wished I couldn't have any more hands. This damn wolf thing, Hands off, uncovered. He held her tightly in bed with one hand, locking the pillars of her busy hands and pulling them back up to the top of her head. She was embarrassed and wanted to struggle, but after all the kicks turned. He had to take off his tie and grab her hand tied to the head of the bed so his big hand could freely worry about her curled body. A pair of fire-like falcon eyes swept all four sides from top to bottom. Her soft, white naked body seemed to be checking something. Nam Kyu Hai, what are you going crazy about? Why dang you ni failed and shouted in frustration and indignation. I can't believe he dared to do that to her. What do you want after all? Nam Kyu Hai sitting on her lap with hysterical black hair like a pirate, hearing that, he glared at her aggressively and then bowed his head without paying attention, suddenly angry and pointed to a spot. The red mark on her small waist. Speak quickly, where did this fingerprint come from? Listening to his question, Why dang you ni was both angry and upset to the extreme. She told herself to be patient, hard treatment would only make the situation more difficult. Bowing his head to look at the bruise on his waist, he saw his naked body held tightly, the warm blood suddenly rising in his body, his small face suddenly red, even his ears were all pink, his whole body felt dizzy. She took a deep breath before gritting her teeth and answering, It was you who just caused it. I? He looked at her, then looked back at his hand, holding back from trying to apply it. Sure enough, it fits. The bruise on his white waist that appeared very dark clearly showed his roughness. Raising his head in response to her clear, water-like virtuous eyes carrying her wrongness, his anger immediately completely dissipated. Nam Kyu Hai, both heartbroken and embarrassed, bent down to kiss the fingerprints. Sorry, you ni. Gently brushing away a few scattered hairs from his face, he bent down and gently kissed her beautiful face, her handsome, sculptural face pressed against her smooth, rosy cheeks, unable to help but caress her. I was so angry just now that my emotions were a bit uncontrollable. Can you not be angry with me? You. Her hot breath puffed on her sensitive skin, each beat making the temperature flare up all over her body. She swallowed her saliva with difficulty, the fluff on her back was all up. I trust you, not angry anymore? There's something. Nam Kyu Hai pressed close to her ear and breathed heat, the tip of her tongue flexibly curled up, holding her smooth earlobe into her mouth. Yu Ni trembled in surprise as if struck by lightning, intuitively tilted her head to the side and said, Don't. You quickly stand up. Her gentle but determined hand held tightly to her small red face, her eyes as deep as a warm lake, blinking and radiating a mesmerizing light. Really? Do you really want me to let go? Hot lips glided across her sweet cheekbones, licking bites, creating a series of red, constantly moving traces. She couldn't help but lift her white chin, revealing a white, flawless neck like snow. Don't resist me, my Yu, I can't. Nam Kyu-hai breathed into her collarbone, her palms back and forth, friction on her smooth shoulders, slowly gliding down, immediately holding on to her soft but gentle mounds. The top of the cherry blossom mountain winked with tears, sending out an invitation to fascinate people. He complied with the seduction, opened his mouth wide and used his tongue to provoke him. She shuddered, her torso tense, incontinently trembling, and under her torso rose a singularly hot air. Don't torment me anymore. The first time I saw you, I wanted to be aggressive and enter you. He sucked on the nipple of a sweet, greedy flavor. Suddenly, his fangs bit the nipple and pulled him. Oh! The pain on her chest turned into a powerful electric current that penetrated deep into the feminine place, making her tremble. The fire-hot hand followed the beautiful curve down, gliding across her waist, buttocks, and thighs, immediately holding her smooth knee with a little strength. Her white thighs were split to the extreme, where her hidden femininity was like a bright red rose blooming before his eyes. Meanwhile, Nam Kyu-hai sat on her feet. Seeing this beautiful scene, he couldn't help but feel the heat rising, his whole body seemed to be burning brightly. Don't look, don't look. She had never been so helpless, especially his greedy eyes staring at her most secret place, making her both embarrassed and scared, her whole body hot and uncomfortable. I'm scared. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. He smiled evilly, his index finger drawn around her tight stomach and then slowly glided down to the blooming flower. Stop hands. She twisted helplessly, her mouth making a gasping breath. No. He firmly refused, his two fingers grabbed the flower's mind using a rubbing technique, and his index finger suddenly entered the warming flower bud. Tensely tied up like a bow and arrow holding back the strength to wait, his hands tied on the top of his head clenched into fists, Wai Dang Yu Ni closed her eyes tightly, panting as if placing herself in a burning fire. Please, no. She let out a soft cry, intuitively retracting her lower body and pushing him away. But on the contrary, the more tightly she covered the tip of his evil finger, the more clearly she felt the desire to be rubbed in and out by his elongated finger. On the smooth wall of flesh. No, you're too small. To make it easier for her to receive him, he twirled his index finger and rushed straight into the deep inside, luring her hot fluid to quickly flow out. Suddenly, he entered again, his two fingers creating a narrow, savage line that spun in and out. The faster his movements, the more honey water billowed out to help him enter, the faster the speed. As she screamed shrilly, the world became empty, the soul winked away from the body, slowly floating on the warm cloud. Wai Dang Yu Ni sat helplessly on the bed, her mind blank and unable to think of anything, letting her mind wander through the air at will. He urgently went down to bed and took off all his clothes, his hands trembling, hindering progress, and his patience completely disappeared. He was annoyed and used the tear method, the speed was indeed faster. By the time he returned to bed, he was as naked as an infant. Yu Ni, my Yu Ni. The black elite eyes stared again at her beautiful face that had just passed the climax, took off her tie and released her hand, immediately separated her soft thighs, her hands quickly supported her soft buttocks and then held her belt tightly. The hot, swollen lump had an iron-like erection that blinked and pierced the place where the feminine love was profuse. A pain. She felt like she was torn to the extreme, her body felt a pain like tearing her body in half. She intuitively wanted to stop but couldn't escape the big hands that were tightly holding her. She had never done this with a man who made him feel so satisfied and proud, even though he was not the type of gentleman who didn't like wasting time on women, but he was also not a monk. Before, he didn't care how many men his girlfriend used to have, but Yu Ni couldn't, she belonged to him alone, and was absolutely not allowed to share with anyone. Okay, the pain will go away soon, I'll try to bear it a little. He gritted his teeth and gently comforted her, freely letting sweat flow down her red face, her hot hands constantly caressing her tense body. It's not you who hurts, it sounds very simple. His eyes as clear as water glared at him sadly. She had to grit her teeth and try to bend up to receive him to ease the pain. Geez. How is that possible? She discovered that foreign objects in her body became larger and hotter. Yes. Is it possible? Yu. He asked in a trembling voice. He knew he should give her plenty of time to adapt, but he really couldn't wait anymore. The desire in her body swelled and screamed for it to explode quickly. He couldn't help but secretly move his lower body. No. She intuitively let out a cry, her hand on her large chest pushed him away, and discovered that there was no pain as imagined, but on the contrary, when he cringed in friction, the lower body vaguely felt an unpleasant itchy feeling. Itchy, like hundreds of thousands of worms gnawing, she couldn't help but twist, Yu-hai. Her graceful call winked to remove the restriction, her lower body patiently waiting in her body. The more urgently she retracted, one more and one more, the faster and faster the speed. Tao Hui. Why dang Yuni's two small hands were woven together, her deep and passionate pleasure made her unable to control her grace. She frantically turned her head, and intuitively bent up to welcome him. Her response was like spring medicine, making his steadfast lower body even more bloody and intense. He groaned, clenched his teeth, and once again made the rules of movement with a faster tempo, and rushed in even more deeply and strongly. Don't, Enough, please, no. Her bright red lips softly let out a pleading sound, her whole body felt like her bow was stretched, she felt like a balloon was blowing too much, about to explode. Bad. Still can, don't be afraid. He kissed her lips, his hands separated her thighs, and pressed them against the bed so he could penetrate even deeper into that captivating flower. He was like a hungry wild beast, once again increasing his speed faster, constantly invading himself into her deepest place, indiscriminately enjoying the wonderful taste, once again. Chapter 6. Enough, Yu-hai. People are really tired. She was so tired that she couldn't open her eyes anymore, so why didn't he stop? Try to endure a little. Nam Yu-hai put her white thighs on her shoulders, adjusted her posture, quickly held her bloated buttocks tightly, and once again used intense force to enter. Her whole body's curvature grew larger and larger, increasing more and more force. Her sweet taste is like opium, once enjoyed, it cannot be left alone. Anyway, he didn't need it and didn't want to leave. The harder he tried, the deeper he would sink, the harder it was to control himself. I've said this many times already. I deserve it. Who told you to make me hungry for so long? You are evil. I never pay attention to you again. Faced with his excessive needs, she helplessly wanted to cry. Don't pay attention to you? Then right now you have to eat until you're full. Chapter 7. After lunch, to keep his promise to Ito Uni, Ren Xiaohui once again altered his schedule, canceling his entire afternoon plan to visit his sick mother-in-law at the Ito mansion. The moment Madame Ito saw her remarkably distinguished future son-in-law, her illness immediately improved by more than half. She wasn't just well enough to get out of bed and chat, she was so excited that she pulled out several photo albums to share with Ren Xiaohui. Inside were pictures detailing Ito Uni's life from childhood up. All photos taken after the age of 12 had been captured single-handedly by Ito Long. Listening to Madame Ito explain every picture by heart, Ren Xiaohui could brazenly guess that she must normally take pleasure in flipping through her daughter's photos. Otherwise, how could she be so intimately familiar with thousands of pictures taken over more than 20 years? Oh, I can't take it anymore. My legs are so tired. Ito Uni could never kneel for long. Before they had even looked at a few pictures, she couldn't stand it and leaned against Ren Xiaohui. Uni. Seeing her daughter's lack of etiquette, Madame Ito's heart skipped a beat. She subtly glanced at Ren Xiaohui, and seeing he didn't seem to mind, she softly breathed a sigh of relief. My dear noble lady and well-bred gentlewoman, you're an embarrassment to your Japanese birth. You can't even sit properly. I don't even dare to think about it. Though Ren Xiaohui teased her, he gently massaged her stiff legs. If you don't dare to think about it, I advise you not to think at all, because I've been incapable of performing these rituals since birth, and I've never hidden that from anyone. You chose to marry me, it's not like I seduced you. So, you can only accept your fate and can't blame me. She spoke with sound logic and reason. Yes, I suppose I must accept my fate. He sighed dramatically. Who told me my aesthetic taste was so accurate? Ren Xiaohui, I think you mean something else entirely. Madame Ito found their interaction, though a bit unrefined, heartwarming. She had always worried that Ito Yuni's unconventional personality would be difficult for any prestigious family to accept. Now, seeing Ren Xiaohui calmly embrace the fact that she was completely unlike other noble ladies, she felt profoundly reassured. Madame Ito suddenly cleared her throat, saying brightly, Yuni, a few days ago, I had some servants at Suijitsuso sew some new clothes for you. They arrived yesterday. Since you have some free time, go try them on and see if they fit. Suijitsuso? A kimono shop? No, I don't need them. Those clothes are so cumbersome. I never wear them. These are modernized kimonos. Much simpler. I'm sure you'll like them. Madame Ito bowed slightly to Ren Xiaohui and pulled Yuni away to try on the clothes. Ren Xiaohui saw Ito Yuni's pained expression, looking utterly miserable as she was dragged away. He shook his head, chuckled lightly, and couldn't resist bending down to open the album. The reality of her life, captured in the photographs, was vividly depicted. Under Madame Ito's careful arrangement, the joys, sorrows, love, and hate of Ito Yuni's past 2 decades came to life before his eyes. Knock, knock. Ren Xiaohui instantly snapped out of his thoughts. He looked up and saw Ito Long leaning against the paper door, his expression clearly less than pleased. Ren Xiaohui could understand this. Although the two of them were technically childhood friends, if the roles were reversed and Ito Long wanted to marry his precious sister, he definitely wouldn't be happy either. This wasn't about whether or not the man was qualified, it was purely the reluctance of letting one's sister marry and leave the family. Moreover, Ito Long and Ito Yuni had an especially close bond. You little rascal. You're good. You snatched away the treasure I've cherished for over 20 years in less than a month. Ren Xiaohui breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Not at all. Without your approval, even I wouldn't have had an easy time of it. Under Ito Long's piercing gaze, Ren Xiaohui still smiled freely and easily. He knew well that if Ito Long insisted on opposing the marriage, it wouldn't be impossible for him to marry Ito Yuni, but it would certainly be a huge nuisance. The fact that Ren Xiaohui chose Ito Yuni was a surprise to no one except the silly girl herself and Ito Long. Actually, he knew Ren Xiaohui was a very good man, it was just... how strange. He was marrying off his sister, yet he felt like he was marrying off his own daughter. Even though he knew Ren Xiaohui was practically perfect, he still couldn't bring himself to approve. Can you guarantee you'll bring happiness to Yuni? Absolutely. Ren Xiaohui immediately gave him a generous assurance. Don't think that just because Taiwan is far away you're safe from me. If I find out Yuni is unhappy, I'll bring her back immediately, and as for you, I won't let you off easily. Long. A charming voice suddenly rang out. Both men turned their heads simultaneously. The petite Ito Yuni, dressed in a pink kimono, ran across the wooden floor in her white socks, a smile brighter than the sun and perfectly formed dimples on her face, rushing towards the two men. Long. The moment she stopped, she threw her arms wide. Her soft body, like a beautiful butterfly, lightly flew into her brother's embrace. This is the new outfit Mother bought me. Doesn't it look good? Ito Yuni happily showed off the vibrant clothes she was wearing. Ito Yuni was already a fresh and lovely beauty, like the morning sun. Dressed in the kimono, she looked even more like a charming and adorable Japanese child, making Ito Long praise her endlessly. But Ren Xiaohui, standing beside them, watched with intense jealousy. Ito Yuni, meanwhile, was blissfully unaware. Ito Long secretly glanced at Ren Xiaohui, who was biting his lip. Only then did he feel truly reassured, but he couldn't resist playing a small trick. He hugged his sister and kissed her a few times, partly to provoke Ren Xiaohui and partly because he genuinely felt reluctant to let her go. Only when he saw Ren Xiaohui on the verge of exploding with anger was he satisfied, using the excuse of having work to do to leave. Where's your room? Ah. Ito Yuni was stunned. It seemed she had only just realized he was still there. Her expression of bewildered realization made Ren Xiaohui grind his teeth in anger. Ito Yuni quickly pointed the way, but Ren Xiaohui had already stepped forward, scooped up the beautiful young woman who would belong only to him from now on, and headed toward her bedroom. After locking the door, he immediately began stripping her clothes off. Ren Xiaohui! Ito Yuni cried out softly, her hands scrambling to grab his strong hands. What are you doing? I went through so much trouble to put on this kimono. I haven't even worn it for 5 minutes, why are you taking it off? If I don't take it off, how are we supposed to get to work? Humph, she swallowed hard and quickly cried out, don't even think about it. You super lecherous brute of the universe. Don't imagine I'll agree in the middle of the day. Oh, God. She had just gotten out of bed not long ago. Her body was still aching. I'm not imagining, he growled, grinding his teeth. In a flash, he tossed the kimono she had struggled to put on onto the floor. I'm doing it. You, she helplessly wrinkled her delicate brows, giving up the struggle. After all, her resistance had never succeeded. It was just, she mumbled in confusion, what the heck? You were fine a moment ago. Why the sudden surge of lust? Who told you to be naughty? You clearly promised me just recently that you would keep your distance from men from now on. Your words are still ringing in my ears, yet your old habit is already acting up again. I didn't, her complaint was cut short halfway. She seemed to realize something and suddenly widened her eyes. Ito Long is my brother. She didn't know whether to cry or laugh, unable to resist protesting his irrational jealousy. Is a brother not a man? She was truly at a loss for words. Underscore 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 underscore. The floor-to-ceiling windows were wide open. The light blue curtains fluttered gently, carrying the scent of flowers from the breeze into the elegantly decorated living room, which was bathed in sunlight. Mother, this spot is missing a stitch. Oh dear, us old people are always forgetting things. Thank goodness you reminded me. Madame Ren complained outwardly, but her expression was gentle, and she obediently added the missing stitch. Zhao Liling, after being slapped by Ren Xiaohui that time, flew back to Taiwan and immediately went to Madame Ren to weep and complain, maliciously slandering and degrading Ito Yuni. She thought that even if she couldn't overturn this situation and cancel the wedding, as long as Madame Ren had a bad impression of Ito Yuni, she wouldn't have an easy time after marrying into the Ren family. Humph, serves her right. Who told her to try to usurp her throne as the future Mrs. Ren? Zhao Liling failed to realize she had miscalculated. Although Madame Ren was lively on the surface, she was actually very traditional. She rarely objected to anything Ren Xiaohui decided. Moreover, Ren Xiaohui wanted to get married. His mother was overjoyed and wouldn't possibly object. So, no matter if Ren Xiaohui's bride was the one she initially chose or not, Madame Ren was happy. And what if the future daughter-in-law wasn't compatible with her? No problem. Madame Ren, with her overflowing energy, was a member of the Women's Association, a book club, a hobby club, and many more clubs awaiting her. As long as she was interested, she guaranteed she could be busy to the point of forgetting the time. Where would she find the time to clash with her daughter-in-law? As for Ito Yuni, although she didn't truly want to get married, she was very fond of her easygoing mother-in-law. Madame Ren and Madame Ito were both traditional women who revered their husbands, but their fates were vastly different. Madame Ren had a loving husband and a filial son. Although her husband passed away early, she had many sweet times with him. The memory alone was enough to make her feel happy, and her life was vibrant and colorful. In comparison, Yuni's mother was naturally timid and suffered greatly under her husband's abuse. The difference was like heaven and hell. The truth proved that the straightforward Ito Yuni lived in harmony and happiness with her mother-in-law. Although both Ren family women spoke fluent Japanese and had no problem conversing with Ito Yuni, language was the most important thing for truly blending into the local life. Thus, Ato Yuni was diligently studying Mandarin, and Madame Ren was a readily available teacher. A few days ago, the Women's Association held a charity sale. Ito Yuni casually contributed a few knitted sweaters and scarves for her to sell. The exquisite craftsmanship and careful texture ensured that the items sold out as soon as they were displayed. Madame Ren pondered it and decided to learn knitting techniques from her daughter-in-law. So, when Ren Xiaohui came downstairs on this weekend morning, he saw the two women in harmonious spirits. His daughter-in-law was teaching his mother to knit a sweater, and his mother was correcting his daughter-in-law's Chinese pronunciation and vocabulary. The bond between them was so strong that it made him jealous. "Good morning, young master. Breakfast is ready. You can eat whenever you're ready." Hearing the sincere greeting from butler's son, the two women turned their heads simultaneously. "Mother, good morning." Ren Xiaohui greeted his mother and immediately turned his attention to his wife, who had disappeared early that morning. Ito Yuni saw the look of reproach in his eyes and suddenly remembered his peculiar order, "Do not wake up earlier than me." Seeing a hint of wickedness in his eyes, Ito Yuni felt the hair on her body stand on end. She quickly fabricated an excuse to escape. "You're awake. Let me check if your coffee is ready." "It's too late." Ren Xiaohui wrapped his arms around Ito Yuni's waist as she tried to flee. He held her small chin tightly with one hand, his thumb teasingly stroking her soft, red lips. The proverb says, "Confession is met with clemency." Otherwise, he deliberately drew out his sentence. "Otherwise what?" Ito Yuni pouted petulantly. "Double the punishment." His voice was hoarse. Ren Xiaohui immediately bent down, covering her mouth with his own luscious, petal-like lips. His agile tongue parted her teeth, penetrating her soft mouth, greedily sucking the sweet nectar within. Her small, resentful hand was initially meant to resist his intensity, but in less than 3 seconds, it turned into both hands, tightly wrapping around his neck. It was both a punishment for her disappearing early and a comfort for his lonely, shattered heart upon waking up alone in bed. Thus, his kiss was truly greedy, lasting a very long time before he finally let go. "My son, our house is about to catch fire," Madame Ren teased. "This boy." He acted as if he was being forced to commit murder and arson when she first told him to get married. Who knew that after marriage, he would stick to his wife like glue, looking like two inseparable twin children? "If it wants to burn, let it burn. We can just build a new one," he answered without thinking, his strong arms tightening their hold on his incessantly struggling wife. "Xiaohui." Ito Yuni lifted her beautiful, fiery red face. "What nonsense are you talking about? Let go of me. Mother is teasing us." "Annoying. You really know how to ruin the atmosphere," Ren Xiaohui muttered, giving his mother a resentful look. "Mother, you're too kind. You stole my wife early this morning, and now you're playing the firefighter to put out the flames. Aren't you being a bit too busy? Alas, the injustice. It turns out my love rival is none other than my own birth mother." His arms, like an octopus, remained wrapped around his beloved wife. Though Ren Xiaohui was delighted that his mother and wife got along well, their harmony often resulted in him being neglected and cast aside. How could he not be jealous? Ito Yuni's face instantly flushed scarlet. Madame Ren sniffed contemptuously. "Humph. You lack charm and don't bother to self-reflect, yet you have the audacity to blame this old woman? You might say it, but I'm too embarrassed to listen." "Lack of charm? You say I lack charm?" Ren Xiaohui cried out as if he had suffered a great humiliation. "Don't doubt it. If your charm weren't lacking, why would Yuni have urgently left you so early in the morning? Yuni, tell mother the truth. The reason you woke up early was entirely because last night I was too soft-hearted and casually believed your pleas for mercy, instead of fully exerting my fighting spirit." "Xiaohui." Ito Yuni covered his unruly mouth. But Madame Ren and the servants were already doubled over with laughter. Ito Yuni was so embarrassed she wished she could disappear into the floor. She glared, stomped her foot, and could only resort to locking the stable door after the horse has bolted, warning him, "If you talk nonsense like that again, I won't pay attention to you anymore." "Don't," he quickly hugged her, begging for forgiveness. "My good Yuni, you can ignore anyone else, but you can't ignore me." Hoof, Ito Yuni genuinely ignored him, making him put on a pitiful face and beg endlessly. "Serves him right." Madame Ren scoffed. Seeing her son miserable, she not only refused to intercede but even added fuel to the fire, making him look even more pathetic. "What's the point of raising children? I swallowed my bitterness and raised my son to rely on his filial piety. Who knew that though he didn't leave home when he grew up, he forgot his mother the moment he got a wife, even calling a kind mother-in-law like me an old woman to be ignored? Truly. Alas. Everyone says raising a child means the child will support you later. The son I raised is truly disappointing." Madame Ren sighed and shook her head. When she saw the embarrassed Ito Yuni anxiously struggling to comfort her grief-stricken mother-in-law, Ren Xiaohui snorted, saying, "My dear mother, you know I was raised by a wet nurse since childhood. You probably haven't even seen me in a diaper. What hardship did you endure? That's hilarious. Furthermore, my father was famously devoted to his wife. Please tell me, how did you even have the chance to swallow your bitterness?" What, Madame Ren, exposed, was momentarily speechless. "Go. You unfilial son. You have no pity for the mother who raised you. You're trying to make me die of anger first thing in the morning." She quickly changed the subject. "Didn't you two have a tennis match scheduled? Why are you still standing here? Go on, go on." The couple went upstairs to change clothes, preparing to head to the scheduled club. While helping Ren Xiaohui adjust his attire, Ito Yuni casually asked, "Xiaohui, do you really feel like I abandoned you?" "A little. And are you really jealous of mother?" "Of course not." "Yes, you are. Your face is all red." "No means no." "Yes, yes, yes." He fiercely kissed her. His hands half unzipped, half tore her clothes, and he quickly spun her around, holding her tight. "When I say no, I mean," he moved his lower body, powerfully entering her. "No. Clearly, it is a yes. Underscore 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 underscore. The Huajing Club was located in the quiet center of Taipei's suburbs. Valued at millions, it was highly selective about its members' status. Therefore, this splendid, spacious entertainment center was exclusively for the elite. The architecture consisted of two sections. Area A offered a golf course, equestrian grounds, tennis courts, a swimming pool, a basketball court, and a fitness center. Area B housed the ladies' pavilion, Gong Nu Fong, which contained a beauty spa that provided head-to-toe treatments for the aristocratic young ladies and gentlewomen. The restaurant here consistently hired famous chefs from around the world each year, offering the most exquisite culinary delights to satisfy the palates of its esteemed members. Since its opening, all members had arrived happily and left satisfied, without exception. Now, someone was perhaps about to become the first exception. "Yuni, wake up. We're here." "No, I don't want to. I want to sleep. I'm not getting out of the car." Yuni, Ren Xiaohui felt a massive headache coming on. Early this morning, he had to deal with Ito Yuni, who was now acting like a lazy cat, lounging on the large seat and refusing to wake up. Honestly, he muttered. I wonder who claimed to be a master player, boasting they would crush me in the match. I haven't even warmed up yet, and the master has already fled for her life. You're still talking. Ito Yuni slightly opened her eyes, snapping, if it weren't for you doing those wicked things, why would I be in this state? It's my fault again, he said softly, embracing her and stroking her, hoping to prevent her from falling back asleep. Of course. Whose fault would it be but yours? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Her small hand furiously pinched his cheeks. You knew we had a tennis match. Why did you cling to me while I was changing clothes? You're so wicked. Now my limbs are weak. How am I supposed to play tennis? I warned you early on not to leave the bed before me. Who told you not to listen? He spoke with perfect logic, completely shamelessly. Ren Xiaohuai. Humph. She angrily switched to smoothing his hair, ignoring him. In truth, she was too exhausted to argue with him further. Ito Yuni's adorable, embarrassed look was too much for him to resist. His hands, which had just retracted, tightly wrapped around her soft, small body again. Be good. Don't be angry. Next time I want to punish you, I'll definitely choose a better time. He coaxed her sweetly and patiently, but his words made Ito Yuni unable to decide whether to be angry or laugh. She felt utterly helpless. I truly don't have the energy to play tennis today. But, the club did have a rest area for members, but he didn't want the first thing she saw at the club to be just the bed. How about this, you go to the ladies' pavilion on the second floor of Area B for a massage and a nap. I'll come pick you up for lunch later. Does that work? Yes, that works. But you have to carry me there. Seeing his troubled expression, she raised her voice. It's your fault. You left me completely drained of strength. If you don't carry me, how am I supposed to walk? You are such a cunning devil. He tapped her nose, saying angrily, I've never seen anyone as lazy as you. Haha, knowing he had given in, Ito Yuni smiled endlessly with joy. Chapter 8. Nice. A powerful, straight shot skimmed low across the court, followed by excited cheers. Sun Tianfan, sweating profusely, shook hands with Ren Xiaohuai and Yin Shihong, praising sincerely, CEO Ren, Mr. Yin, you two are not only successful in business, but your tennis skills are also top-notch. Tianfan is truly impressed. He accepted the loss wholeheartedly. CEO Sun, you're too kind. Your technique is fierce and sharp, you're also a rare master player. We only managed to win with great difficulty. If you're interested, we can arrange another session with a few more enthusiasts another day. Ren Xiaohuai liked Sun Tianfan's easygoing, sportsmanlike attitude of victory without arrogance, defeat without despair. Exactly, CEO Sun was wrong today, Yin Shihong, still breathing heavily like an ox, spoke cryptically. After a long pause, he glanced meaningfully at young Master Lu, then winked playfully at Sun Tianfan. Our victory wasn't glorious at all. We definitely must have a rematch next time to give you a chance to clear your name. So, are you afraid of losing again? Sun Tianfan chuckled at Yin Shihong's playful demeanor and said cheerfully, since Mr. Yin has issued a challenge, even if Tianfan is untalented, I will certainly accept. Besides, if it's about clearing my name, it doesn't necessarily mean a loss. Next time, everyone should be vigilant. Well said, very confident. Yin Shihong patted Sun Tianfan's shoulder, and they all headed back to the rest area. There were several men and women sitting in the rest area watching the match, including Yin Shihong's friend, Qin Jianming, his sister, Qin Shuquan, and their cousin, Ma Ningxin. When they saw Ren Xiaohuai's group return victorious, the women enthusiastically served tea and handed out towels, while the men excitedly discussed the tennis match they had just witnessed. Xiaohuai, I can't believe you've been married for half a year and your sword is still as sharp as ever. After a long rest, Lu Yuqiang, young Master Lu, could finally speak. Lu Yuqiang was the young master of the Shenglong International Hotel, a leader in the hotel business. Lu's father and Ren's father were old friends. Seeing his friend's son, Ren Xiaohuai, smart and sharp from a young age, and excelling as an adult, while his own son was useless except for chasing women and indulging in pleasure, Lu's father was deeply troubled. He constantly badgered Lu Yuqiang, urging him to try and catch up. It's okay to have average aptitude, it can be nurtured. But young Master Lu was not only average but also extremely lazy, eating and sleeping his way through life. As a result, the gap between him and Ren Xiaohui grew wider and wider. During their school years, Ren Xiaohui was a well-educated child in the honors class, while young Master Lu was a poorly endowed student who aimed daily to elevate his grades from the calm stream to the world of vibrant colors, but consistently failed. By the time Ren Xiaohui was about to graduate with his degree and simultaneously take over the Leifeng group from Ren Lei, young Master Lu was still mired in the chaos of a U.S. university. When he finally bought his degree and entered Shanglong, although he was the only son, his father, for the long-term survival of the family business, only dared to give him the nominal position of deputy general manager. Naturally, with such an incompetent son, it was no wonder Lu's father sighed and lamented so often. Young Master Lu's growth history was arguably written under the shadow of Ren Xiaohui. Therefore, he always harbored a vague rivalry towards him. Though he didn't dare to openly compete, he felt the need to compare everything to Ren Xiaohui. Everyone in the business circle knew about his little complex. Unfortunately, relying on his average aptitude and stubborn laziness, the only thing young Master Lu surpassed Ren Xiaohui in was his extravagant lifestyle and a heap of illegitimate children. The only area where he could just barely compete was in tennis, where he ranked first. Despite the growing number of illegitimate children, young Master Lu, ruined by wine and lust, knew he couldn't beat Ren Xiaohui alone, but he refused to give up the opportunity to potentially defeat him. So, he resorted to bringing others to challenge him. Even so, he was ultimately the loser. However, sometimes you lose, and sometimes you win, so he would never give up. Today, Ren Xiaohui had arranged a sports outing with some close friends. Shortly after they arrived, young Master Lu eagerly rushed over with someone to challenge him. The master player he brought this time was Sun Tianfan, the newly appointed general manager of Shanglong, whose skills were indeed excellent. Young Master Lu unexpectedly requested a doubles match, believing it was the easiest way for him to participate and later boast about Ren Xiaohui's failure after a victory. It was a shame that such a master player was dragged down by the incompetent young Master Lu. Otherwise, the match wouldn't have ended so easily. How dare you say that? We could only win this match today because young Master Lu's contributions were undeniable. Yin Shihong was always eloquent. Furthermore, he was already thoroughly annoyed by young Master Lu's relentless provocations, so naturally, he wouldn't be polite now that he had the chance. Honestly, as long as young Master Lu is here, it's impossible for Xiaohui to lose. Hearing this, young Master Lu's face turned green then white, leaving him speechless. I say, young Master Lu, what does the sharpness of Xiaohui's sword have to do with how long he's been married? Yin Shihong asked. Stupid Yin Shihong, Chen Jianming, CEO of Dongyang Technology, glanced at young Master Lu before explaining everyone's confusion. What young Master Lu means is that after Xiaohui married his beautiful wife, he's naturally busy with both business and personal affairs, and must be working hard day and night for the past half year. His essence, vitality, and spirit must have been somewhat damaged. That's why he not only brought people to challenge him today but also preemptively expected to win. He never thought that Xiaohui's power wouldn't diminish at all, but only increase, causing him to swallow another big duck egg. Everyone fell silent, then simultaneously looked at young Master Lu, whose instantly flushed face confirmed the truth. Bursts of laughter instantly erupted, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. I say, young Master Lu, you truly are a genius. Yin Shihong held his aching belly from laughing and joked, don't apply your own experience to everyone else, okay? How could Xiaohui be like you? The man is in a state of harmonious balance, his health can only be excellent and above. But you have countless nameless wives in your bed, every single one is very capable. You haven't just lost strength, you're like an iron pestle ground down to a hairpin. I saw you today, panting like an ox after only a few serves. It's a pity to not pick the flowers when they bloom, but if you keep picking them like this, an even greater regret is on its way. As soon as he finished speaking, another round of laughter erupted. Yin Shihong, you're unbearable. Can't you see proper ladies like us here? What nonsense are you spouting? You're polluting our ears. The outspoken beauty was Jin Shuquan, and the great beauty next to her was her cousin, Ma Ningxin. Not at all, I'm just speaking the honest truth. Young Master Lu, humiliated by everyone's ridicule, became angry out of shame. Newlywed's passion is normal. The fact that Xiaohui can still have tenfold vigor during his honeymoon might be because the little sister-in-law looks very safe and doesn't easily ignite her husband's desire. We can understand that. After all, forming an alliance with the Japanese Ito financial group is not easy, so the little sister-in-law's looks aren't that important. Shut up! Ren Xiaohui roared, and the entire rest area instantly fell silent. His fierce, hawk-like eyes shot out ice-cold light, aimed straight at young Master Lu. Apologize. You slandering my wife in front of everyone is an intolerable provocation to me. If you don't apologize immediately, don't blame me for being impolite. The alliance between the Ito financial group and the Leifeng group was well known, but because Ren Xiaohui was very discreet, and Ito Uni disliked social events, even though they had been married for over half a year, not many people had actually met Ito Uni. Rumors had long circulated in social circles that Ito Uni's appearance was so ugly she couldn't be seen in public. Ren Xiaohui had heard these rumors many times but found them boring and paid them no mind. He never expected this foolish pig to dare spout such nonsense in front of him. Okay. I sincerely apologize. Lu Yuqian had provoked Ren Xiaohui for 2 or 3 decades, yet he had never seen him so enraged. He was immediately scared stiff, his face pale, a gasp of cold air nearly choking in his throat. If I ever hear any rumors from your mouth that insult my wife, Ren Xiaohui's wife, be careful, or I'll beat you until your teeth fall out. Yes, I understand. Young Master Lu nodded frantically and quickly fled as if his rear were on fire. Ren Xiaohui snorted coldly, his anger subsiding. He turned to everyone and said, "It's my turn to host today. Please go ahead and order at the dining hall. I'll go to the ladies' pavilion to pick up Uni and join you later. Tian Fan, if you don't mind, please stay and chat with us longer." Sun Tian Fan had another appointment and could only regretfully depart. Ren Xiaohui collected his things and left as well. Ma Ningxin lightly nudged Qin Shuquan with her elbow. Qin Shuquan immediately understood and firmly held on to Yin Shihong. "Hey, who is this Uni that Xiaohui just said he was going to pick up? What do you mean, hey? My name is so nice and elegant. Can't you call me by name? I forgot." She turned away in disgust. "It's okay if you forgot. Come on," Yin Shihong offered his ear to her, adopting a listening posture. "Let me hear a gentle kiss sound." Qin Shuquan extended her slender, jade-like fingers and forcefully pinched and twisted Yin Shihong's ear. "Ah," Yin Shihong wailed, hopping incessantly like a kangaroo. "Who plays like that? I surrender, let go of my hand. Uni is Xiaohui's beloved wife. I lose, please release my poor ear." Qin Shuquan snorted before letting go. As soon as she let go, Yin Shihong immediately clutched his ear and retreated to the side, tears streaming down his face. These two were essentially a crazy pair. They constantly teased and ridiculed each other the moment they met, making everyone laugh until their jaws ached. Chen Jiaming shook his head. "Sister, please mind your status a bit. At least maintain some poise for others to see. If you keep this up, I think no one will dare to approach you except Yin Shihong. Hey, you're not worthy of being my friend. Why would you ruin my plan like that?" Yin Shihong flared up, scolding, "Next time my mother chases me around for a daughter-in-law, I'll tell her to go straight to you." Everyone laughed heartily, packed their belongings, and headed into the dining hall. "You haven't met Xiaohui's wife either?" Ma Ningxin asked Qin Shuquan somewhat dejectedly. Ma Ningxin was outwardly gentle but, in reality, a very traditional strong woman. 2 years ago, she returned to Taiwan for Yin Shihong's father's birthday banquet and fell in love with Ren Xiaohui, who was also attending, at first sight. Because she had just joined the Heita group and was eager to prove herself, she was later sent to Europe to expand the market. She never thought this delay would allow Ren Xiaohui to get married lightning fast, leaving her completely unprepared. The man she secretly loved was married, so Ma Ningxi naturally wanted to know the looks and character of the woman who caused her heartbreak. If the other party was as Lu Yucheng described, she would feel a little better, as it would prove that Ren Xiaohui married for business benefits, not love, meaning his heart was still available. Sister. Chen Shuquan naturally knew what she was thinking but didn't know how to console her. The man is already married. No matter how much you love him, what can you do? As the group of friends saw Ito Yuni arrive, their eyes instantly lit up. Ren Xiaohui gently introduced Ito Yuni to the table of good friends and helped her sit down. Xiaohui, you're exasperating. The little sister-in-law is so beautiful. If you had introduced her earlier, she would not only add beauty to the scenery but also purify people's hearts. She's extraordinary. Yin Shihong, after a moment of awe, immediately cried out loudly and hastily introduced himself. Greetings to the beautiful little sister-in-law. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Yin, and my given name is Shihong. You can call me Shihong. I am Xiaohui's sworn brother and friend. I have no great hobbies in life, only one: I love beauty like my life. In short, I adore beautiful women, the more beautiful, the better. Ito Yuni laughed uncontrollably at his antics. Although I also think it's a bit too much that Xiaohui hid the little sister-in-law for so long, I can understand. Qin Jianming, after regaining his composure, glanced slyly at Ren Xiaohui's wife. I can understand Xiaohui wanting to keep the little sister-in-law even more securely tucked away. Little sister-in-law, may I ask you a question? Of course, as long as I can answer, I'll do my best. Ito Yuni found Ren Xiaohui's friends very amusing. May I ask if the little sister-in-law has any unmarried sisters? Ito Yuni had just nodded when Ren Xiaohui immediately interjected. It's a shame you are already a father, so there's no hope for you. And as for you, he turned to look at Yin Shihong, who was about to speak. You better keep your mouth shut, or with a certain person's temper, you'll be in deep trouble. Hearing this, Yin Shihong shrank his neck, secretly glancing at the certain person, who happened to be glaring at him. He immediately raised both hands in a dramatic show of innocence. I didn't. I am always loyal and devoted to you. My heart only holds you. Please don't misunderstand. I was just wondering if I could ask the waiter to start serving the food. Nonsense. Qin Shuquan scoffed, turning her head to ignore him. Everyone roared with laughter again, and the waiters successively brought out plates of food, each one perfect in color, aroma, and taste. Ito Yuni laughed and leaned into her husband's arms. Ren Xiaohui, both exasperated and amused, patted her back, gently scolding, "Be careful, don't laugh until you can't breathe." Ito Yuni wrinkled her little nose at him, sat up, and quietly asked, "Are they always this amusing?" He calmly ignored her question and advised, "Be good. You can't be so picky with this kind of meal, got it? You're always so choosy, not eating this and not drinking that. That's why you've become nothing but skin and bones, and your physical strength isn't good. You can't blame me for this. My chopsticks can't reach the dishes I want to eat, so I have to endure. It's not like I deliberately chose to be picky. I'm not paying attention to him." Her dietary habits were long established. If she didn't like something, she couldn't swallow it no matter what. There was so much food in the world, why be so strict? Really? She wanted to shirk responsibility, so Ren Xiaohui played along. Alright, then from this meal forward, I will serve you. You must eat whatever I pick for you. No arguing, okay? But, she was a little annoyed. He used a nasal tone full of threat. Alright then. She reluctantly nodded, but couldn't help but mumble, "You're so wicked, bullying me." Ren Xiaohui indeed kept his word. Aside from her rice, Ito Yuni's chopsticks only reached her own bowl. The rest of her food was entirely determined by Ren Xiaohui. While everyone was eating and chatting, they coincidentally met another friend, Ma Tianyu, who had come for golf. Since he had already finished eating, he simply sat down to drink tea and chat. Ito Yuni ate the meat, shrimp, crab, and fish chosen by Ren Xiaohui while listening to everyone's conversation. Although her Chinese had improved somewhat, she occasionally still couldn't understand certain parts. Suddenly, she felt an intense gaze focused on her. Ito Yuni turned her head to look. It was a beautiful woman with a dignified and elegant appearance, possessing a blend of gentleness, neatness, and confidence. Ito Yuni tilted her head, thinking, ah. Ma Ningxin, a member of the Heita Group family in Hong Kong, and a famous strong businesswoman. Why is she looking at me like that? That gaze is so scary. Just as Ito Yuni wanted to look more closely, the woman turned her head away. Yuni, don't just listen to everyone talking, eat your food. Ren Xiaohui used a napkin to wipe oil from Ito Yuni's mouth and clothes. Even while chatting with his friends, he paid close attention to her eating progress. I'm full. Seeing his displeased expression, she quickly said, I've eaten more than usual today. If I eat any more, I'll get a stomach ache. He thought it made sense and didn't force her any further. Ito Yuni let out a childlike sigh of relief. Excuse me, please. After excusing herself, she immediately got up and headed to the restroom. Everyone originally suggested that since the weather was so nice, they should take a yacht out for a cruise, but Ren Xiaohui was worried that Ito Yuni was tired and needed rest, so he had to decline. I'm sorry, my wife and I have other commitments this afternoon. Another time. Chen Shuquan praised, the two of you have been married for half a year, and today is the first time you've appeared together. Before, I thought you were a workaholic and would probably marry your job. I never imagined you would be so devoted to your wife. Not only serving her vegetables and soup but even peeling the most troublesome shrimp and crab before putting them in Yuni's bowl. What's so surprising about that? Isn't there a saying, a great man is rich in sentiment? Xiaohui is indeed a great man. Ren Xiaohui took it in stride, saying calmly and easily, a husband naturally has the obligation to care for his wife and ensure her life is comfortable and happy. I am merely fulfilling my duty as a husband. Seeing Ito Yuni return from the restroom, he thoughtfully took her tennis racket and other belongings, then excused themselves and left. Seeing the sweet and gentle affection between Ren Xiaohui and his wife, Ma Ningxin's hands instantly clenched, and a bitter, uncomfortable sensation rose from her chest. Ma Tianyu also praised, Ren Xiaohui truly is a loving husband. Any father would want to marry his daughter off to him. That's right. Before he got married, I never would have guessed that CEO Ren would turn into such a good husband. Chen Shuquan glanced worriedly at Ma Ningxin, then couldn't help but say admiringly, Yuni must have a trick up her sleeve. I must ask her for the secret to taming a husband someday. Yin Shiheng countered, I can't believe you're so clueless. Xiaohui is inherently a very responsible person. No matter who he married today, once he takes them in, he will fulfill his duty as a husband. Yuni fundamentally doesn't need to tame her husband. When you look for a husband, just open your eyes and look for a responsible man. As for a secret, don't bother dreaming about it. He patted his chest, immediately starting to recommend himself, look at me. I am a very responsible man. So, how about it? Consider it? You? She glanced at him and said disdainfully, forget it. I'd rather ask Xiaohui if he needs a mistress. Are you serious? You'd rather share a husband with someone else than care about me? He shook his head, looking like he was about to burst into laughter. Of course. Even as a mistress, I would still be within Xiaohui's sphere of responsibility. I would still have half a husband. But if I married you, the socialites, hotel guests, female celebrities, she counted on her fingers, almost running out of them, and finally shook her head dramatically. Alas, even if I chopped you up, there wouldn't be enough to share. Haha, the people sitting nearby finally couldn't stop their uproarious laughter. Yin Shiheng was so angry he wished he could chop her with a knife. Yin Shiheng was the CEO of Fein Film and Television Arts Company. The people Chen Shuquan listed were all artists from his company. Sometimes, creating ambiguous scandals was necessary to boost an artist's popularity, which everyone knew. But her mentioning it at that moment forced him to swallow his pride. Don't think too much about it. The man is married, after all. Ma Tianyu was an old fox, how could he not know what his daughter was thinking? Ma Ningxin pretended not to understand, saying calmly and composedly, "Father, Ren Xiaohuai has outstanding abilities and a handsome appearance. Being his legal wife is something people strive for. Although that's no longer possible, there's still the second position. I can reluctantly accept it." Having seen the men in her family take concubines since childhood, Ma Ningxin knew that a monogamous system meant nothing to men with both wealth and power. Even her father had one wife and 2 concubines. It was just that she never expected to become a concubine herself. However, as long as the man was the exceptionally handsome, majestic, and naturally charismatic Ren Xiaohuai, she could accept a little compromise. A daughter of Ma Tianyu with excellent qualities, sought after by countless talented young men. You don't need to settle for being a second wife. Father, being Ren Xiaohuai's second wife is no compromise. Think about it, father. Although you were born to the chief wife of my grandfather, you were never given preferential treatment. At the company, you still have to compete fairly with your other brothers. Furthermore, as things stand, grandfather seems intent on giving the chairman position to second uncle, not you. Seeing Ma Tianyu's expression subtly change, Ma Ningxin knew her father was somewhat swayed and added, "If I marry into the Ren family, with the Leifeng group as your backer, how could second uncle possibly be your rival?" Ma Tianyu was persuaded by his daughter but still had one reservation. "I see that Ren Xiaohuai is very affectionate towards his wife. That's only natural for newlyweds, but so what? You and mother had a sweet period too, didn't you?" Ma Ningxin said indifferently. All men move on to new things eventually. Furthermore, relying on her alluring beauty and figure, and her willingness to compromise by being a concubine, what man would be foolish enough to reject this opportunity? The star-studded night sky, like scattered ink, twinkled in the darkness. The tightly closed floor-to-ceiling windows blocked out the faint croaking of frogs and insects. Inside the luxurious bedroom, the lighting was splendid, and elegant music played. Suddenly, the sound of the door quietly opening echoed. The male host, who had escaped from the dinner party, returned and was slightly surprised to see the room lit up. His gaze scanned from the alarm clock to the small figure sitting on the rug. The slight coldness in his features instantly softened, replaced by a loving smile. The gentle music coincidentally masked the sound of the door opening, causing the female host not to notice the return of the person she was waiting for. She remained focused on the sewing in her hands. Ren Xiaohuai paused, then immediately entered the bathroom. When he came out with a towel wrapped around him, he was refreshed and no longer smelled of alcohol. "Uni." He casually tossed the towel aside and knelt on one knee beside her. She turned her head upon hearing his voice, her beautiful eyes shining. "Xiaohuai, when did you get back? Why didn't I, He fiercely swallowed her sweet little mouth, his tongue cleverly slipping into her mouth and sucking forcefully. Her whole body trembled, instantly going limp and powerless, feeling as if her very soul was being sucked away. Ren Xiaohuai efficiently stripped her, pulled the towel from his waist, and then pulled her down with him onto the rug. "Were you waiting for me?" He supported his head with one arm, leaning on his side next to her, his long, strong leg wrapped around her. His hand lightly and carefully rubbed her smooth, snow-white skin, which was beautiful enough to utterly captivate him. He winked, smiling suggestively. "You missed my harassment, so you couldn't sleep, right?" His large, slender-fingered hand massaged her body. Electric currents pierced through her delicate skin, soaking into her very core. She trembled slightly, her fair skin instantly flushing scarlet. "No way. Who would wait for a boastful lunatic like you?" She would rather die than admit it, her small face blushing as she retorted, "I was too engrossed in my sewing and forgot the time." "Liar!" He snorted. His hot hand suddenly entered the space between her legs, his index finger tirelessly swirling inside her soft, flower-like core. A burning current spread from below throughout her body. She instinctively arched her back, twisting impatiently, her hands tightly clenched, her breathing ragged, and her red, petal-like lips issuing a soul-stirring call, Xiaohuai. He chuckled triumphantly. His two hands held her expertly, sliding her knees apart and forcefully separating her legs. His lower body thrust forward violently. His surging, firm desire instantly penetrated her small, flower-like core, powerfully reaching deep inside with every gentle push. She gasped, seemingly unable to breathe, her heart pounding wildly, her blood boiling, and her mind completely blank. Ren Xiaohuai groaned, madly and fiercely thrusting and withdrawing his enormous desire. The impact grew, the movement became stronger. Each stroke was deeper, each one had more force. She tossed her head wildly, moaning passionately and charmingly. Her snow-white thighs tightly circled his powerful waist, and her 10 slender fingers clung tightly to his moving back, feeling countless flames erupting and spreading within her body. Suddenly, a wave of ecstasy surged. She screamed, and her entire world crumbled into pieces. She rested weakly and powerlessly against his strong chest, her entire body limp, like the warm, serene waters of a tropical sea. Xiaohuai. She spoke slowly, her soft voice slightly hoarse from the intense passion. You seem to have a lot of social events lately. She didn't like the complicated atmosphere of parties, so unless it was a very important occasion, she let him go alone. His hand affectionately caressed her jade-smooth body. The company has a big project recently. I need to go see what the buzz is about and gauge the strength of any competitors. Uni, I'll be busy for a while. If you're tired later, go to sleep first. Don't wait up for me. I told you, I forgot the time because I was playing with things, I wasn't waiting for you. She looked at him mischievously. Stubborn, he murmured. His strong arms lifted her onto the bed. He lay down next to her, pulled her into his embrace with one arm, and said softly, sleep now. Yes. Just as he thought she had fallen asleep and was about to close his eyes, she suddenly said, tomorrow morning, I want to go to the cultural center to see some traditional Chinese embroidery works. Can I stop by your company for lunch? She thought he looked a little thinner, which was pitiful. He must have been too busy with work and forgotten to eat. No. Seeing her open her eyes in surprise, he couldn't help but smile sweetly and threaten, I won't let you stop by. Tomorrow, you must specifically and especially come to the company to have lunch with your beloved husband. Viewing the exhibition is the stop-by part. Is that clear? She rolled her eyes, suppressing her urge to protest, and said humbly, yes, my lord. Chapter 9. Inside the bright light, a brief explanation with the projector that estimated 20 minutes had ended. The conference attendees immediately put their heads in their ears and began to exchange ideas. Total. Secretary Duan Qin Noyet lowered his voice to inform Nam Fu Hai sitting in the chairman's position listening to the assistant's recommendations. There are only 10 minutes left until noon rest time. Nam Fu Hai nodded and began to end the conference. After the conference ended, Nam Fu Hai was about to open his mouth. One of the delegates of Hoa Tai Ma Nin Tam Group stole the previous words. President Nam, I have already sent someone to book a place at Nguhoa restaurant. I hope President Nam can respect me and invite everyone to go there to have dinner together. I'm sorry, I already have an appointment today at noon. Nam Fu Hai smiled, turned his head to tell Oh Sung Vin standing next to him, Sung Vin, please welcome the Hoa Tai Group delegation to the restaurant for a thoughtful meal at noon. But President Nam. Ma Nin Tam tried his best to save the situation. I heard that Nguhoa restaurant is one of his favorite places. Normally it is very difficult to book in advance. I have worked very hard. Everyone goes there together and can eat and talk at the same time. Further, her eyes lit up and she quickly said, regarding the recent discussion, I still have some questions. Beautiful eyes exude a pleading look. The meaning of expressing feelings is very clear. During the past few days of contact, Ma Nin Tam raised his hand and lifted his leg, constantly emitting electric waves to fascinate people. Although Nam Fu Hai knew very well, he deliberately considered him unaware. He originally had a little appreciation for her clever and neat behavior, and in her conciseness, he also had an attitude of not being arrogant. very special compared to normal female strongmen. But he felt dissatisfied with her risky behavior of discharging electricity regardless of the fact that he was her married person. Women who are gentle and responsible on the outside but selfish and impulsive on the inside are still the best. Not paying attention is still the best. They don't have to bring disaster into their bodies. I'm sorry, I still have an appointment this afternoon. If the code manager doesn't understand the content of the recent conference, he can discuss it directly with the European General Director. He understands this project very well. The boss was in trouble. Oh Sung-Vin then was someone's subordinate. Of course he had to share this sadness. He quickly put on an enthusiastic expression and said, "That's right, Manager Ma. If you have any questions about the issue discussed in the conference, I can explain it to you." Unfortunately, Ma Nin-tam didn't pay attention to him at all. This time, Hoa Tai Group's plan was competed for everywhere, so wherever she went, everyone was extremely flattering and pleased, serving her like a queen. No one had ever done so. Refuse like that. What's more, she also spent a lot of effort to learn about his interests and used all kinds of ways to please her. How could he leave her like that? Ma Nin-tam can beat others in the marketplace. His personality is of course a bit unruly. The enthusiastic invitation that was refused in front of everyone made her disappointed and depressed, and over the past few days, Nam Kyu-hai has caused her to stab countless nails. The feeling of depression immediately erupted, causing her perfect maiden mask to shatter, revealing her self-indulgent and defiant arrogance beneath it. Who made an appointment with CEO Nam that you consider so important? So important that it can be compared to our cooperation plan? My wife asked me to eat. How could it not be important? Although Nam Kyu-hai's expression smiled warmly, the coldness emanating from the bottom of his eyes was clearly the complete opposite. Obviously he felt dissatisfied with her careful questioning. Wife. Jealousy overflowed. Ma Nin-tam's face slightly changed, his hands clenched tightly, his chest constantly puffing. Another delegate who knew the situation was not very good immediately spoke up to reconcile. President Nam is truly a good husband who loves his wife very much. Although the project has not yet reached a final decision, both sides know that Loi Fong Group is the side that offers the best conditions. If managing Ma acts according to his feelings and destroys the harmony of both sides, then the person who must suffer absolute loss is them. Nothing, I just don't want to have to sleep on the sofa. Nam Kyu-hai didn't pay attention anymore, humorously winked a few times. You also know, every time you wake up your lumbar spine will be very painful, uncomfortable all day. All the men here are very nice and glance at each other, reasonably. Everyone laughed and stood up, the atmosphere of shame was gone. Nam Kyu-hai chatted happily and sent everyone to the elevator door. Ding! As soon as the elevator opened, I saw Nam Kyu-hai waiting at the elevator door. Why Dang Yu couldn't help but be a little surprised. Kyu-hai, are you late? Wife. His eyes shone brightly, one hand supporting the big box in Wai Dang Yu's hand, the other hand pulling her into her arms. Don't worry, I'm not late, maybe it's still early. After hastily seeing off the guests, Nam Kyu-hai quickly hugged Yu and entered the general manager's office. As soon as the door locked, he kissed her fiercely. Kyu-hai, Wai Dang Yu was scared to death by his sudden enthusiasm, but in less than 3 seconds, the hand that was pushing him away tightly hugged his neck, opening its mouth to receive his wildness. She could barely feel her legs anymore, conscious of being excited by him to kiss her passionately and becoming chaotic, like flying up to the blue clouds, feeling the whole sky spinning. She kissed passionately like she was drunk, her body was soft and she had no resistance. What's wrong? Wai Dang Yu's small face turned red and he sat slightly on Nam Kyu-hai's lap. Of course I miss you so much. He muttered softly, burying his face in her chest to rub. Oi! Don't be like that. Don't, hey, Kyu-hai. Don't joke. His long nose made her feel itchy, laughing and telling him to stop and move away to avoid it, but still couldn't escape his magic claw. After a long time, waiting until Nam Kyu-hai had enough to play, Wai Dang Yu soon laughed until she couldn't breathe. He was refreshed with the spirit of opening a pair of 2-story cages that Wai Dang Yu had to run to Ngahoa restaurant to buy. Oe is a special dish of Nguhoa restaurant. Still your best wife, knows your favorite food. Really? Why dang you Ni glared at him resentfully, his hands and feet frantically remodeling his face. What a hateful thing, just likes to bully people. Her resentful appearance made Nam Kyu Hai feel both funny and heartbroken, bent down to kiss those red lips, took a piece of sushi she liked best and applied it to her small mouth, which only made her smile. The two of them just kept eating like that. I'll eat a delicious lunch. Kyu Hai, is that beautiful female manager from before the person you met last time at the club? He opened his mouth wide to receive the fish bubble she had fertilized, and enjoyed the service of his wife who had just been put into the mouth of the beauty of the world. I'm so curious, I don't know if I'm mistaken, but Manager Ma seems to keep glaring at me. She cryptically tilted her small face and said thoughtfully, I remember clearly that I didn't offend her at all. Wife, mouth talking, hands don't stop. He opened his mouth, like a baby bird asking for food. Why dang you Ni rolled her eyes and took a handful of grilled rice to feed him. He ate with a satisfied expression, drank a bowl of delicious seaweed soup, and angrily said, that woman craved to drool over my husband but couldn't, so she had to glare at me to vent her anger. Let's not pay attention to this kind of petty woman. Craving drooling, she stopped feeding her food, glanced at him and said, are you refusing her? Aren't you afraid that your business cooperation will fail? Oh, we have to make a clear distinction. He flicked the tip of her nose, took a spoonful of salad and put it in her mouth, glaring at her a little unhappily. My husband is the CEO of Loi Fong Group, not a gigolo. The business is made with the head and must be methodical, not with beauty. I don't know what my wife is like. Seeing that she hasn't eaten vinegar in this situation, but she's still interested in teasing her husband? Poker. Yes, I know I'm wrong. I shouldn't use the heart of a villain to measure a gentleman's heart. Please don't be angry. Why dang you Ni knew she could fix it, immediately bowed her head and admitted her mistake, gently taking care of her and applying a fragrant piece of grilled fish to his mouth. It took a long time to coax Nam Kyu Hai to be happy again. She pretended to absent-mindedly ask, are there so many people like her? After more than half a year of married life, she gradually had some confidence in his promised oath. However, she is afraid that if she has to test too much, something bad will happen someday. A's. She suddenly said a local sentence without knowing who taught her. Tui Wong suffocates. Finally worried. Although the reaction is a bit slow, it's okay, it's considered standard. Don't worry, I've been looking for 30 years to get a wife like you. How can you arbitrarily change your mind? But what if I hate you? She suddenly remembered their first time at a Japanese hotel, when he said, maybe 2 days a day, maybe 20 years and 30 years. If empty vows can put aside your insecurities, then I swear to you, in this life and this life, Nam Kyu Hai, I only know one wife, you, but I advise you, it's best to put some effort into thinking about what method to use to understand and please your husband, so the structure ensures that I will never want to leave, don't want to leave you. Speaking of the next part, he became even more excited. She ate for an hour, glanced sideways at his excited appearance, and lazily said, why don't you conveniently suggest some methods so I can hold on tight and please you too? A lot. For example, think about me and be with me a lot, give me a warm morning kiss every day, come to the company to eat with me. Nam Kyu Hai's excited and restless mind told her how to keep her husband's heart. Why dang you Ni secretly stuck out her tongue, right while he was still reciting the sutra. Her hands and feet neatly packed the empty lunchbox, and began to brainstorm about what excuse to hide. Her oil painting is only half painted, who wants to stay in the office with big eyes glaring at his small eyes? In the late afternoon, the sky was high and the air was clear. Why dang you Ni hugged his drawing outfit and sat at the resort in the bright flower garden, a pure white square scarf spread on the table, and placed a jasmine teapot and a few small plates with breakfast. The gentle wind slowly blew, the branches and leaves making a rustling sound. She stopped her pen, her beautiful eyes closed slightly, smiling and feeling the delicate joy as the cool breeze passed over her face. Ni. Mom? Wai Dang Yuyuni opened her eyes and saw that the person who came was her mother-in-law with excess energy, so she couldn't help but feel a bit strange. Today is the regular discussion day of the Reading Association, why don't you go join? Do you see anything unwell inside? The more she thought about it, the more likely she became. She began to worry. Mom, where are you uncomfortable? Let me take Mom to see a doctor. Don't see this mother-in-law as dancing as usual. In fact, she loves reading books and also collects many good books. Among the social activities she participates in, only reading is what she loves the most, so she will definitely not miss any meetings of the association. Yuyuni. Nam Mao quickly held her daughter-in-law who was revolving around her. Looking at her nervous appearance, she felt extremely frustrated. Mom, it's okay, don't worry. But she was afraid that her mother-in-law was afraid of medicine, but she was sick and hid it without saying anything. Mom didn't go to the reading conference just because the time of this meeting had changed. This old lady thinks she has to rush to take care of charity sales lately, and we haven't confided in each other for a few days. I just wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to find my child to talk for a bit, but I didn't expect it to scare me. Nam Model held Wai Dang Yuyuni's hand and pulled her back to sit on the chair. Turns out to be. I can't blame you, it's because I'm so surprised. Yuyuni's face turned red and she raised her hand to pour her mother-in-law a cup of rose tea. Oh, Mom, try drinking it. This rose tea was sent by my brother from Japan, produced by my own factory. It doesn't taste bad. Nam Mao picked up the steaming cup, took a deep breath, and took a small sip. Rich to taste, very delicious. That's great, I like it too. Wai Dang Yuyuni smiled widely. Mother Nam drank tea and absent-mindedly asked, Kyuhai seems to have had to be very social lately. Are you and your husband looking for time to nurture your feelings? Yes, I'm afraid he's busy working and doesn't eat regularly, so I even run to the company that supervises him to eat at noon. So why don't you take the time to go a little more? You can also drink afternoon tea with him, conveniently go eat a romantic dinner by candlelight, enhance your feelings. He's very busy. I'm just afraid of affecting his work. She silently stuck out her tongue. Regardless, work won't be done forever. I'm always busy with some big project every day. Really, why grow the company to become so big? The first day turned off the dark side. What happens if you earn as much money as the mountains? A dead person can't take anything away. Mother Nam spoke softly, her face gloomy. Mom, don't be sad anymore. Wai Dang Yuyuni heartbrokenly hugged her mother-in-law. She knew she was remembering her deceased husband. Nam Mao patted her daughter-in-law's small hand and said with some exclamation. Since your father-in-law suddenly relapsed from heart disease and passed away, Kyuhai immediately accepted the endangered Loi Fong group. At that time there were many people waiting to mock it. Kyuhai, this boy's personality has been resilient since childhood. The more others don't value him, the more they have to do it. In recent years, he has tried tirelessly. Although Loi Fong group has made others open their eyes and look, it has turned into a genuine work fanatic. My biggest regret is not telling your father-in-law to walk, causing him to have a recurrence of heart disease just over 50 years old. I don't expect you to regret it the same way. Yuyuni, in my heart I have to think of one thing for myself. Heaven is big, the company is big, but everything is not as big as my wife. Loi Fong group is strong enough. Our Nam family has enough money to spend 14 generations. What you need to try now is to make Kyuhai understand that working and resting are equally important. Yes. Wai Dang Yuyuni spoke speechlessly. This family's father and son both have a bad habit, that is, once they enter the study room, they won't come out if they're not exhausted. Yuyuni, do you know what method I used to drag your father-in-law out of the study room? Nam Mao's eyes flashed with evil light. I don't know. Mom's great move is. Take off all your clothes and sit on his lap. Take off. Young Master Wai Dang Yuyuni's chin almost fell to the ground, her face red as if she were about to breathe fire. Yes. Nam Mao nodded repeatedly, not even feeling shy at all. Wai Dang Yuyuni finally knew why Nam Kyuhai's facial skin was so thick. It turned out to be genetic. In fact, Nam Mao came to ask her a few days ago a friend holding a trigram magazine. The things written on it really scared the listener, as if her child was really married. She didn't believe in trigram magazines, but that girl named Ma Nin Tam found all kinds of ways to approach her. That's why she was skeptical. Unfortunately, Mother Nam truly loved Wai Dang Yu from the bottom of her heart. How could she pay attention to this type of fox star that wanted to steal someone else's husband? However, Ma Nin Tam may have ignored it, but she was still very worried and wanted to know what things were really like, so today she tried to refrain from skipping a reading association discussion. Even though according to her daughter-in-law, this young couple has very good feelings, Nam Mao doesn't think her child will do anything wrong, but she can't be too sure about anything. After all, she always has to be careful, and feel guilty. Therefore, she began to impart to her daughter-in-law the secret to keeping her husband. Wai Dang Yu heard her mother-in-law's endless actions about the secret to keeping her husband. The redder her face, the lower her head, the lower her whole body seemed to be about to burn. Suddenly, the bell rang happily. Wai Dang Yu silently breathed out, "Please excuse me, I have to go answer the phone first." She took the cell phone she was placing on the table. "Hello? Missing Hai? It's not like you're going to work, why do you have free time to call? Check? I'm really strange, you're always obedient at home, you never run around, there's nothing to check." As soon as Nam Mao heard her work-crazed son calling home to ask about his wife, she further affirmed that her child had no problem, so she laughed and left, letting the couple talk about it. Sweet confession. 2 knocking sounds rang out at the door of the room, and Oh Sung-bin opened the door and entered the office, placing a stack of magazines on top of a towering pile of files. Nam Kyu-hai raised his head, his eyebrows frowned slightly, and took the magazine with the sensational cover on top to look at. "I've gone to investigate this trash," chin thrown towards the pile of magazines on the table. News source, indeed quietly spread out by Hoa Tai Group. Turning back and forth was just a few bragging lies, nothing else. Nam Kyu-hai's face became colder and colder. "How about this?" He smiled coldly and thought to himself, "Do you want to make the fake real? Or are you trying to see if you want to participate in a collaborative project?" I guess the other person's goal was first to show off the cooperation project. Second, Ma Nin Tam really wanted to marry the CEO as a concubine, so he passed on the wind bar to see how he reacted. No matter how much a lover is loved, he is not as good as a concubine. With Nam Kyu-hai's conditions, there is no shortage of young ladies willing to be his concubines. Moreover, everyone knows that Wai Dang Yu is a young lady who doesn't care about everything and doesn't often participate in social events, like an invisible person. Even if Ma Nin Tam really marries the Nam family as a concubine, with her family background and her own tricks and abilities, she will still be a concubine in real power. Considering that in the marketplace today, although rare, it is not without the sight of a concubine more majestic than the first wife. Although it is not very beautiful in terms of reputation, maybe that's why, with this very strong growing Loi Fong group, Ma Tien Nok is absolutely willing to volunteer. Rumors are just rumors. Nam Kyu-hai folded the magazine and threw it aside. Just ignore it all like that? Oh Sung-bin was surprised. If you just let these trigram reporters write haphazardly and mischievously, it will be very difficult for you to explain to your wife. No woman has heard that her husband wants to marry a concubine and is happy, and once a woman has doubts, it is extremely troublesome. What is the more you explain, the more suspicious you've never heard of. But don't worry. Yu doesn't read those trigram magazines. Over the past half year, her Chinese has been quite fluent, but is limited to listening and speaking, and her reading and writing ability is only on par with elementary school students. So even if she puts a Chinese magazine in front of her, unless there are photos, she won't understand. He wouldn't let Yu know this kind of fabricated rumor. Who knew she could crawl into the buffalo horn and not go out anymore? At that time, even if he jumped into the Yellow River, it would be very difficult for her to believe that he was pure. Furthermore, because Yu has a wealthy father, she basically does not trust men. After half a year of marriage, although the relationship between the two of them was increasing, He felt that she was still not too optimistic about this marriage anymore and did not believe that he would really be faithful to her alone. Therefore, beating him to death would not allow these rumors to reach Yu Yun's ears and ruin the happiness he had carefully maintained and protected. What if? Don't miss anything. Yu Yun is really busy. If she wants to find her to eat lunch together, she has to arrange time in advance. She is not as idle as the ants who gossip all day. But this rumor spreads with excitement. If we don't come forward to stop or clarify, it will make people misunderstand. Even Hoa Tai Group will think that we implicitly agree. Rumors are just rumors, they will never come true. As for Hoa Tai Group, Nam Pyu Hai snorted coldly, his expression becoming even more cruel. The rumors were spread by them, whether they were real or fake, they were the clearest, but if they were nonsense enough to really misunderstand, it has nothing to do with us. Hoa Tai Group's cooperation plan also has no creative ideas and does not make Nam Pyu Hai very interested. Furthermore, he hated their act of spreading random rumors, almost to force a kiss. If Hoa Tai Group thinks that he doesn't pay attention and is resigned, then that's their business, it has nothing to do with him. Yu Yun? Nam Pyu Hai wrapped a towel around his body, gently and comfortably walked out of the bathroom, wiping it dry while walking. Why Dang Yu Yun lay on the bed, with deaf ears continuing to bury her head in the book. Nam Pyu Hai felt unanswered, sadly put down his towel. What are you reading? He walked over, 5 fingers groping around. Hey, what are you doing? His hand blocked her waist, making her feel like a small turtle was placed under a rock. Her limbs were confused and wiggled but still unable to turn. Ms. No tells historical stories? Our family doesn't have this book. Where did you get it from? It's the assistant secretary who lent it to me. Give it to me quickly. It's really angry. You're too much. You're bullying me. I know that Why Dang Yu Yun brings some breakfast to the secretary and they chat and drink tea every time they come to the company. Don't think that these secretaries are good people without them. Every member of the secretary's office of Loi Fong Group Corporation must undergo strict professional training. And moreover, each person must be at least fluent in 2 languages, so this is also a place to gather talent. Why Dang Yu Yun is looking at these people who have an advantage in language ability, so from an international perspective, the topic of gossip everywhere will appear here. Moreover, in here, she can use all kinds of languages to chat, even if just listening to them talk is interesting. This book is written very normally, but inside it's all text. Can you read it? Nam Pyu Hai let go of the arm holding her, slightly turned around and sat on the edge of the bed. Just looking at the words, I can't understand. She knelt on the bed, originally wanting to steal the book back, but seeing that his hair was still wet, she reached for a towel to dry for him. But this is a book with mantras, you just have to put the mantra symbol together, each word can guess 8 or 9 tenths. Moreover, the old stories in the book are very interesting. It seems that you won't have to try too hard, and you can also learn a little more about Chinese history, especially in a random way. You're such a lazy person. He closed his eyes, enjoyed her soft massage, his mouth continuing. Whatever you do, you have to find it interesting to try. If you keep looking for a professional teacher to teach you a program to study for a few months, then with your qualifications learning these square words will not be too difficult. It will not be like now. Learning like half a season forever will only know a few words. What? I taught myself. Being able to have such results is also very good. You still criticize it. Everyone at the secretary's office complimented me on my half-year self-study results so much that I could listen and speak so fluently. She snorted, threw away her towel, and turned to the dryer. In fact, he also admired her very much, but in addition to his mouth, he deliberately didn't think it was right. Of course, every time I come to the company, I don't forget to bring them some sweet and delicious breakfast. You guys eat mine, how can you not praise me a word or 2? Huh, I know you're jealous of our good feelings. It's a long time before I let you attack. Before it was dry, turn off the dryer and put it in the bathroom. That's really strange. She was standing thoughtfully next to the bed and he pulled her into his arms. What's so strange? He accidentally whispered, biting her delicate neck. Yesterday when I came to the company, the secretaries all became strange. I asked the assistant if anything happened and she said it was nothing, but I still felt very strange. If everyone has said no, then no, don't waste brain cells because of this small thing. He neatly took off her nightgown, his provocative hand kept lighting the wind on her body. Dear wife, we still have work to do, please pay attention. Phew hi. Her small bright red mouth let out a soft humming sound, her body softly and involuntarily curled up. Mom is asking us when to let her have, with grandchild holding. They have always done all kinds of contraception, so when they give birth, of course they have to ask you. When? Nam Kyu Hai suddenly remembered the last time he took Wai Dang Yu Ni to greet his good friend Diem Tin Ngu and his wife. As soon as she saw the little treasure in someone's house, her eyes immediately lit up, basically forgetting the existence of her husband. Here he is, playing to heaven and earth, sun and moon without light, with Tu Tien Duong, but the husband was abandoned on 9 clouds like him. He could only stand on one side and look up. He was also ridiculed by Diem Tin Ngu, who did not respect his friendship. But he didn't forget to conveniently laugh and tease. Don't laugh at second brother either. It's been a while since he's been to Diem Trang. Even if his wife forgets him, it's just a coincidence once, and Diem Tin Ngu has to share his wife's time and attention with his children every day. Objectively speaking, who could be more miserable than Diem Tin Ngu? Diem Tin Ngu's smiling face stiffened. At that moment he laughed and hugged Yu Ni tightly, who was so attached that she could not stop leaving Diem Trang. That's right, when is it? People really want to give birth to a lovely baby like Tu Tien Duong. While thinking about the adorable Tu Tien Duong in the invincible world, 2 beautiful eyes immediately shot out a blinding light. As soon as Nam Kyu Hai saw it, he shivered, his sour aura immediately rose to his chest. She hadn't even given birth yet and had already forgotten his existence. Once the baby was born, wouldn't he become invisible? So, baby birth? Of course it's okay, but we have to wait for him to enjoy the sweet married life and then figure it out later. While thinking, the cheerful mobile bell rang. Phone, she intuitively turned around and stretched her arms towards the nightstand. Don't pay attention to it. He held her belt and gently licked the flawless snowy back. No way. There are very few people who know this phone number, but they are all her closest relatives. One hand pushed his head away, the other opened his cell phone. Hello? Long. Her eyes lit up and she immediately sat down. As soon as he heard that his brother-in-law did not know how to stay awake at that time, Nam Kyu Hai became even more unwilling, dived up again, holding her soft milk chest tightly using skillful caressing techniques, with the intention of scattering her attention. Wai Dang Yu Ni glared at him, saw that he was still playing tricks, decisively pushed his octopus hand away, pushed his purring mouth away, reached for the blanket and tightly packed his naked body. To avoid him feeling greedy again, she immediately excitedly talked on the phone. Nam Kyu Hai rolled aside sadly, glared at him for half a day and she still didn't pay attention to him at all, so he had to leave disappointed and depressed. Hoo, mom is just a small rival. Wai Dang Long periodically calls every weekend to disturb their sweet married life, which is the real big rival. Under the attack of a big and small love rival on all sides, he was stupid enough to create another small love rival. It wasn't until Wai Dang Yu Ni hung up the phone that she discovered that she was the only one left in the room. Done. She stuck out her tongue, without guessing she knew where he was. She covered herself with a nightgown and stood up and walked towards the study room. Kyu Hai, she shyly stood in front of the table reading a book. Nam Kyu Hai, who was looking at the document, looked up and glanced sideways at her and then buried his head in the files without paying attention to the other person. The whole body wrote, I'm angry. Don't be angry anymore, people don't mean it either. I also know, that phone number is only. Huh. Really very angry. She tilted her small head to think for a moment, her delicate face winked red. Biting her teeth, she quietly took off her nightgown, her jade snow body as soft as a loach slipping into his lap, her legs sitting on his lap. Yu Ni, you, Nam Kyu Hai intuitively hugged her small, smooth body, gasping for this unexpected move. I'm sorry. Darling, or honey, generous sir, can you forgive me this time? She sat tightly on his solid thighs, her soft hands actively caressing her strong breasts. His handsome face blinked red, his whole body tightened. Why are you? She has always been conservative and shy. This trick is my mother teaching me. She discovered that leading him did not seem to be very difficult. Mom, what's wrong with you? His lower abdomen was full of blood, and his head also began to be vague. That's right, it's my mother, your mother-in-law. His small hand placed on his hot chest drew a circle. She felt she was starting to heat up too. Hi, take them back to their room, okay? Okay, he unconsciously replied, hugging her and quickly going out. What's the point of returning to your room? If you tell me to jump off the building now, I won't frown even a little. Chapter 10. Mid-Autumn Festival is gradually approaching. Although Wai Dang Yu Ni still does not feel the coldness of autumn, the air on the road is very bustling, the atmosphere to welcome Tet is very warm. Today, Wai Dang Yu Ni was arrested again at the company with Nam Q Hai for lunch, because he agreed to wait until the meeting was over and leave the shift early to go on the road with her to feel a bit of the bustling atmosphere. So while he was still in a meeting, she immediately left the general manager's office to find Assistant Secretary Chu Mat to chat and relieve her sadness. As soon as Ma Nin Tam arrived, he saw Wai Dang Yu Ni chatting with his assistant. His eyes immediately lit up. Coming too much is not as good as coming at the right time. The media seemed to be burning with rumors about her and Nam Q Hai. Not only did Nam Q Hai not refute the rumors, but even many times when meeting her in courtesies, he still treated her very peacefully and respectfully, so people began to believe that this was true. Even Ma Nin Tam was secretly happy in his heart. But, except for the case where happened to meet socially, Nam Q Hai never proactively called her. This kind of affectionate and indistinguishable attitude made her feel restless in her heart. Although she did not think that Nam Q Hai would refuse such a great bargain, his silent attitude made her unable to feel secure for a day. She once thought, if the mountain doesn't come to me, I will climb the mountain. Nam Q Hai did not proactively contact her. It was okay if she could take the initiative, let alone, if she wanted to join the Nam family. The attitude of Nam mother and Wai Dang Yu Ni could not be taken lightly. Unfortunately, she wanted to go to the Nam family to say hello a few times but failed, just when she was wasting her mind and didn't know what to do when she saw Wai Dang Yu Ni here. How could she not immediately grasp it? Opportunity? Sisterii. A soft call suddenly rang out. Wai Dang Yu Ni and his assistant Chu Mat were chatting and panicking, looking towards the sound. The person approaching was the elegant Ma Nin Tam. She was a noble and elegant body of clothes. The clothes she had cut and sewn fit the person made exalted the shimmering curves of her body. Wai Dang Yu Ni still didn't know the current situation, so Ma Nin Tam showed a very conscious, gentle smile and bowed very low to Wai Dang Yu Ni. Sister, Nin Tam will have to ask you to take great care of her in the future. Chapter 10. Mid-Autumn Festival is gradually approaching. Although Wai Dang Yu Ni still does not feel the coldness of autumn, the air on the road is very bustling, the atmosphere to welcome Tet is very warm. Today, Wai Dang Yu Ni was arrested again at the company with Nam Q Hai for lunch, because he agreed to wait until the meeting was over and leave the shift early to go on the road with her to feel a bit of the bustling atmosphere. So while he was still in a meeting, she immediately left the general manager's office to find Assistant Secretary Chu Mat to chat and relieve her sadness. As soon as Ma Nin Tam arrived, he saw Wai Dang Yu Ni chatting with his assistant. His eyes immediately lit up. Coming too much is not as good as coming at the right time. The media seemed to be burning with rumors about her and Nam Q Hai. Not only did Nam Q Hai not refute the rumors, but even many times when meeting her in courtesies, he still treated her very peacefully and respectfully, so people began to believe that this was true. Even Ma Nin Tam was secretly happy in his heart. But, except for the case where happened to meet socially, Nam Q Hai never proactively called her. This kind of affectionate and indistinguishable attitude made her feel restless in her heart. Although she did not think that Nam Q Hai would refuse such a great bargain, his silent attitude made her unable to feel secure for a day. She once thought, if the mountain doesn't come to me, I will climb the mountain. Nam Kyu Hai did not proactively contact her. It was okay if she could take the initiative, let alone, if she wanted to join the Nam family. The attitude of Nam mother and Wai Dang Yu Ni could not be taken lightly. Unfortunately, she wanted to go to the Nam family to say hello a few times but failed, just when she was wasting her mind and didn't know what to do when she saw Wai Dang Yu Ni here. How could she not immediately grasp it? Opportunity? Sisterii. A soft call suddenly rang out. Wai Dang Yu Ni and his assistant Tu Mat were chatting and panicking, looking towards the sound. The person approaching was the elegant Ma Nin Tam. She was a noble and elegant body of clothes. The clothes she had cut and sewn fit the person made exalted the shimmering curves of her body. Wai Dang Yu Ni still didn't know the current situation, so Ma Nin Tam showed a very conscious, gentle smile and bowed very low to Wai Dang Yu Ni. Sister, Nin Tam will have to ask you to take great care of her in the future. Wai Dang Yu Ni feels very strange. She is clearly older than me. Why do you call me sister? No, sister. We Chinese people rely on rank, not age. Even though I'm younger than you, I'm Kyu Hai's main wife. Even though you're older, when you get married into the Nam family, it's still just a lower fate. Of course I have to call you first sister. Marry Nam Jia? Wai Dang Yu Ni doesn't understand. Nam family only has Nam Kyu Hai as a son, no brothers at all. How could she marry into Nam family? The news that she was about to marry into the Nam family as a concubine was stirring everywhere. She couldn't help but know. Wai Dang Yu Ni was clearly pretending to be stupid. Of course, Ma Nin Tam also knows that no woman would agree to share her husband with others, but she must make Wai Dang Yu Ni admit her existence, absolutely not allowing her to do it. Pretend like this isn't the case. Sister, the news that Kyu Hai wants to marry you as his second wife was announced early, and he arbitrarily opened any magazine and had this news on the front page. The news has been circulating for more than a month. No one in Taiwan doesn't know. Don't tell me you're the only one who doesn't know, right? Kyu Hai wants to marry her as his second wife? Wai Dang Yu Ni was terrified and speechless. Receiver, don't believe her. Assistant Tu Mat immediately spoke up to comfort Wai Dang Yu Ni. Kia is just a rumor in Bagua magazine. Who doesn't know that these Bagua reporters like fabrication the most? Moreover, the general from beginning to end did not admit this at all. Her wife didn't need to pay attention to her. Wai Dang Yu Ni's face turned pale. His legs were almost unsteady. Tu Mat's explanation proved that this really happened. Not only could it not make Wai Dang Yu Ni stop worrying, but on the contrary, it also made her even more horrified. But Kyu Hai did not deny it. Ma Nin Tam refused to be weak and objected. Wai Dang Yu Ni's heart fell, and for a moment it was as if he had been thrown into an ice cellar. Standing straight, she solemnly said, her whole body moving without moving, "Never, Wai Dang Yu Ni. I will absolutely not share a husband with another woman. So, please don't call me sister, I can't accept it." Wai Dang Yu Ni, Ma Nin Tam was so embarrassed that he became angry. "Don't be shameless, I called you sister to respect you. Whether I can enter the Nam family door or not is up to you to decide. A man with both money and power like Kyu Hai, do you think you can monopolize it for a long time?" In the past, he could marry her because of strengthening the cooperative relationship with Wai Dang Group, but now of course he will also marry Ma Nin Tam as his concubine because of his plan to cooperate with Hoa Tai Group. You better be obedient and accept it. Don't dream of stopping it, it will only be a waste of energy. Because this involves huge business benefits, even if you want it, you won't be able to stop it. Having finished speaking, Ma Nin Tam immediately arrogantly left. Receiver-in-Chief. Ma Nin Tam's every word seemed to stab each knife into Yu Ni's heart, arousing the greatest fear in her heart. "I'm okay, don't worry." Wai Dang Yu Ni tried to smile, raised her pale face, and saw Duong Kin Noyet standing at the door, not knowing when she had come. Wai Dang Yu Ni took a deep breath. Is what Ma Nin Tam said true? Duong Kin Noyet is Nam Kyu Hai's secretary, of course he will know the truth. What is real or fake? Duong Kin Noyet returned to her seat, her tone a bit impatient. This matter can only be seen by opening any magazine. Anyone who is observant about Ma Nin Tam's admiration for the CEO can recognize it. Last time a delegate from Hoa Thai Group came to the company to discuss signing a cooperation agreement, didn't she see it with her own eyes? Why dang Yuni seemed to have been dealt a heavy blow. In the blink of an eye, her face was free of blood, vague and confused about how she came out. Looking at Wai Dang Yuni staggering into the elevator, a trace of displeasure appeared in Duong Kin Noyet's eyes. Were you a bit too much? Receiver-in-Chief, Chiu Mat glared at Duong Kin Noyet resentfully, picked up the phone and called to inform the driver who was chatting in the security room. I didn't expect it to be so long and my Phoenix dream still hasn't ended. A clear but cold voice rang out. Duong Kin Noyet turned her head like an electric shock, saw Oh Sung Bin's cold eyes, her heart suddenly shrank. You misunderstood. Misunderstanding? Oh Sung Bin coldly looked at Duong Kin Noyet trying to calm himself. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, if you heard it with your own ears, you wouldn't have believed it. Duong Kin Noyet, you really disappoint me. He opened the corduroy-covered box held in his palm, revealing a delicate diamond ring. I thought that the past half-year everything had been enough for us to hold hands and walk down the aisle in unison. I didn't expect it to all be my own paranoia. He closed the box and without hesitation turned around and left quickly. Duong Kin Noyet failed miserably to face the assistant's joking face, so embarrassed that she angrily shouted, I didn't lie. Who cares about you? The assistant snorted contemptuously, sitting down to continue doing her unfinished work. You said you would only love yourself for the rest of your life. Why could you suddenly change like that? Why is that so? It hurts so much, everyone hurts. Why dang Yuni fell onto the bed and curled up, her heart hurting like she was being scratched. Only now did she know that she loved him, and moreover, she loved him very deeply and deeply. Now that I've discovered it, is it too late? Angry. Bad stuff. You scammer. I lied to you. How could I change my mind like that? No way. She suddenly sat up. She must go find him and tell everything clearly. After an hour, the bedroom door suddenly opened, and as soon as he saw someone entering, Wai Dang Yuni suddenly became angry, reflexively trying to pick up the alarm clock and throw it at him. Nam Phu Hai understood very well what it was like to be a powerful immortal, and when he saw that, he immediately shouted loudly and held her tightly. Today I was tricked by a vixen at the company, right? He glared angrily at Wai Dang Yuni, also slowly approaching. You, cheating? Yuni, you're such a stupid bastard. Taking advantage of the fact that she was still stunned, Nam Phu Hai quickly raised his hand to grab the alarm clock in her hand. The murderous aura had been abandoned. He was even more able to raise his voice and blame her. People casually said a few words. I was scared to the point of panic, and I didn't have the ability to confront and verify it myself. Duong is a general lady who is easily fooled like that. Where do you tell me to hide my face? But she said. She said you believe it. Are you very close to her? I told you, and I told you every day. Why don't you believe me and trust her? The more he screamed, the more bitter his heart became, so the louder he screamed. But also Secretary Duong, Wai Dang Yuni was shocked by the sound of screaming. She was fired from you. Chase? Of course, as the General Secretary, not only does he not understand what his superiors mean, but he also spreads nonsense rumors that make people misunderstand. If this kind of worm makes this pot of soup go away soon, then why should I wait until she causes something bigger that can't be saved anymore? Saying that Duong Kin Noyet spreads rumors is a bit too true. She is just pointing the wrong way. But Nam Phu Hai once warned her and she still made her personal feelings interfere with her work again, making the same mistake again as last time. Even she herself had no words to say. But she let out a loud sound, being placed on the bed by Nam Phu Hai's large masculine body. You're such a stupid rabbit. Do you volunteer to believe in a woman who doesn't know where she comes from, volunteer to believe in trigram news, and don't trust your own husband? So what? Say it. So what is it? She was once again so scared that she couldn't answer. Because she has an evil father, making her truly unable to trust men. During the past half year of marriage, although the relationship between the two of them has become deeper and deeper, he is still really discouraged when he discovers that she still does not believe in his love. To put it a little harshly, she basically thought that he would definitely have an affair. Therefore, Nam Kyu Hai understood that if he did not take the opportunity to cut off all her doubts, that doubtful vine would grow longer and faster, would crawl into the gap, and very quickly would devour all her trust. Her trust that he worked so hard to build. Furthermore, they would be husband and wife for the rest of their lives. He absolutely would not allow her to not trust him like that, and would even be arbitrarily swayed by a few unfounded words. I've been in the fashion world rolling around for so long, don't you know that this kind of trigram news has no real basis at all? Think carefully, since marrying you, I have been invisible to all other women, in my heart, in my eyes, it's all you. Even when working at the office in my head I still miss you. Calling home just because I want to hear your voice I criticized you for bothering me. You expressed your deep love to me so publicly and clearly, what was the result? What did you use to respond to me? Only women with bad intentions said 2 or 3 sentences and I believed them all without any doubt. Yes, she suddenly felt guilty and guilty. Why should you be so angry? The shout stopped, he suddenly smiled evilly and said, don't you often blame me for not getting involved, blame me for bothering you to draw, read books, listen to music, knit fur coats. If I get married to a concubine, I won't have that much time to come and cling to you in the future, you must be very happy, right? That's right, there's another woman who distracts his attention, by then she'll have a lot. No, I'm your husband, I'm yours alone, how can you share me with anyone else? Anyway, I don't love you, why do you still want to monopolize like that? You're so selfish. She choked up and immediately said fiercely, regardless, I am your husband, I belong to you alone, you absolutely do not allow me to marry a concubine, do you hear me? No way. There's not much to 3 wives and 4 maids, if you can't find a reason that can convince me, then, he intentionally stretched his voice. UK, she gasped at him, so angry that she was speechless. If you don't have it then that's it, then. Who said no? Of course I have a reason, her sparkling eyes suddenly flashed, she said extremely proudly, our marriage represents a partnership between 2 corporations, so you can't ruin it. I'm just getting married, it's not like divorcing you, doing so won't ruin anything. That's right, she was so worried that she wanted to raise her leg and suddenly thought of it, I'm getting married to a second wife, outsiders see that you can't even keep your husband's heart, you will definitely doubt the charm, attractiveness. There's a problem with me, I'm going to lose face. Miscellaneous speaking, their wife Nam is the most beautiful and charming person, whoever doubts you has a problem with your eyes. This damn girl, just talking about nothing makes me so angry. If Nam Kyu Hai praised him like that at another time, why dang Yu Ni would happily smile. But now, she not only lost interest but also really wanted to cry. In the end, she finally couldn't help but feel guilty, wowing, hugging his big belt and crying loudly. Don't want, I'm yours alone, you don't let anyone take me anywhere, you're evil, how could you change your mind? Because I still don't know how to appreciate you, I don't love you. She was basically the one who made the mistake first. Who said that? She raised her eyes and cried until they turned red, nervously shouting loudly, I really appreciate you, like you very much, love you very much. Kyu Hai, husband, please don't change your mind like that, please. She sobbed, I promise I will definitely love you in the future, hoo. Don't you think I like sticking to you like gum anymore? No, you can stick around as long as you want in the future. Won't you criticize me for babbling? Never. She shook her head so hard that her neck looked like waves rushing against the beach. Now even if Nam Kyu Hai said the sun rose in the west, she would nod like garlic and immediately say, yes, that's right, you've seen it so long ago. I want the best for you so I can say a few words, this is a sign that I care about you. No matter what you say in the future, I will obediently listen, okay? She looked at him with helpless, innocent bunny eyes, pitifully saying, Kyu Hai, you know me best, don't marry a concubine. Will you say once a day I love you to you? Yes, yes, yes. Then, he tilted his head, as if deciding on something very difficult to harm the worried Why Dang You Ni, sweating profusely. Nam Kyu Hai remembered from the moment he knew Why Dang You Ni until now, then turned to the current situation, unable to help but laugh proudly. What? At this moment I can still laugh. Why Dang You Ni was both angry and angry, then angry but didn't dare say anything. Her small red face, her bright eyes like stars, her angry appearance was so adorable that it touched people's hearts. Nam Kyu Hai couldn't help but hug her and kiss her whole body. In the end, it makes me worried to death. Do you finally agree or not? Agree, of course agree. Conditions are so good, if you don't agree then you're an idiot. Wow, that's great, Kyu Hai, I love you the most. She hugged him back while talking and laughing, just missing the joy of standing up and dancing with her feet. The word love entered his ears, Nam Kyu Hai's heart seething with wave after wave, blood flowing strongly throughout his body. Why Dang You Ni had to cut land to pay for money. It was very difficult to finally negotiate with Nam Kyu Hai. So tired. Luckily it was finally peaceful. Why Dang You Ni vows to never listen to women with bad intentions talk about deer and gibberish again. Otherwise, once discovered by Nam Kyu Hai, if she doesn't die, she will be skinned. She was pushed back onto the bed. What are you doing? Don't you want to have a baby? Let's practice some pre-birth movements in advance, wait until you understand all the sequences.